God morgen til alle, i salen og online. Good morning, everybody in the audience and online. And maybe an extra welcome to those who are here today and not yesterday. Petri Partanen from Sweden, and I don't remember your name. Joel, also from Sweden. Welcome to you as well. We are going to listen to Petri later. Thank you for our experience together yesterday. Some voices have told me it was a little bit exhausting, a lot of words. And that's why I'm going to comfort ourselves, to ask you to comfort yourself together with me in a little poem written by the Danish poet with a blink i øyet, we say, with a certain smile on his mouth, Piet Hein. Maybe you know him. I'll read it first in Norwegian Danish, and afterwards in a homemade translation to English. Unfortunately, not with the end rhymes kept. So listen. Gå du kun trøstig dagens krav i møte. Vi får kun en gang tilbudt livets grøde, og vi kan sove ut når vi er døde. English. Go you just trustingly encountering the day's demands. The crop of life we solely get once, and we can take our rest when life is gone. Thank you. So to the program for the day, and we are really looking forward, even if it is a lot of words today, too. And I know all the speakers will be happy if we all get engaged also in the question part and comments part of it. So let's do that. Now, George, you are the first today. George Spanoudis from the Department of Psychology and Center for Applied Neuroscience, University of Cyprus. George Spanoudis, PhD, is a professor of the Department of Psychology at the University of Cyprus and a member of the Center for Applied Neuroscience. His research and teaching focus on investigating intelligence, cognitive development, and developmental language disorders. George Spanoudis has over 60 international peer-reviewed scientific articles, including many publications in high-level journals. George, we are looking forward to listen to you. The table is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ganver. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored and privileged to be here with you today, having the chance to present my ideas and research related to PASS theory. Also, I want to thank Morten and Ganver for the invitation, the hospitality, and of course for the fact that you are, in my opinion, the soul of this wonderful group of colleagues, and I think now friends, good friends. The topic of my presentation, as you see in the screen, is PASS and Skills, Cognition, Intelligence and Achievement 2, the brain pathways of PASS theory. What I want my listeners, you, to get out of my speech is the idea that cognition and brain structures and functions are evolving in parallel and influence each other in a dynamic manner. Although great progress have been made all this year in understanding mind-brain relations, I think we need more theory-driven research in this field. My talk, I hope, will last about 30 minutes. And of course, I will be happy to answer any questions you have at the end of my presentation. Let me here introduce myself, or maybe I skip it because already you know, my name is George Panoudis. I'm professor at Psychology Department, University of Cyprus. I have to add that I'm a cognitive developmental psychologist investigating many years in the intelligence using a meta-Piagetian perspective. So I think I will have the bird's eye for the group somehow, I hope. Here you see a glimpse of what roughly saw as kid from the back balcony of my family house. At the left is Pindos, it's mountains in the mainland of Greece. And at the right, you see a nice bridge of 18th century, which is located somewhere in the valleys in Pindos. For me, special education services is a sort of bridge. A bridge built on mountainous terrain. And I use this simile in order to bring in your awareness that it's not easy to do this kind of work. A synopsis of my talk. I have to add here that I have been thinking for some time about the most appropriate way to approach this topic so that the relationship between the three concepts, CIA, as Timos said yesterday, and the brain can be better elucidated and discussed. At the same time, I wanted to limit the possible overlap with the other relevant talks in this workshop, especially with Jack. So I decided first to give some historical key points with respect to Luria, DAS, Jack Naglieri, and the emergence of PASS and CASS, and then move and discuss the relations of the brain with the PASS theory, and finally to move and present some key findings concerning cognitive processes and cognitive impairments. Let me remind you three key points from Luria's contribution. First, Luria and Vygotsky recognized that learning and development arise from gene-environment interactions. They recognized that psychological functions involve cognitive activities in different brain structures and areas in general, and are mediated by the individual's cultural and social history. I'm sure you know this first key point. Second, Luria's work with patients with brain lesions and other abnormalities allowed him to map specific regions of the brain and correlate activities in these regions with behavior. For instance, planning disruptions were linked with frontal lobe injuries, whereas successive coding involving language was particularly linked with posterior frontal and left temporal damages. Third, and the last, Luria argued that neither testing nor diagnosis should be an end in itself. Rather, they should be used for prognosis of the individual's developmental trajectory as he moves through her GPD, I mean zone of proximal development. The first functional unit involves regulation of cortical arousal and attention. The second, successive and simultaneous information processing. And the third, planning and self-monitoring. The three functional units described by Luria are the basis for PASS model, as you know, which in turn led to the development of the CAS, Cognitive Assessment System. Based on the neuropsychological work of Luria and Vygotsky, more recent advances in cognitive psychology and psychometrics, J.P. Das, Chuck here, and their associates developed the tasks and that were included in the CAS. PrEP also was developed to improve reading abilities by developing the information processing skills and abilities that affect word reading and decoding. And in the PrEP, we see that utilization of three central aspects of the Vygotskyan model, that is cognitive tools, ZPD, and mental deficiency. We also see that Das and Chuck strong belief that mental deficiencies are rooted in elementary cognitive processes. So, again, in my humble opinion, so why PrEP attempts to enhance. All these years, a wealth of evidence supporting the value of the PrEP accumulated across different learning domains, language learning, mathematics, reading problems, etc. So let's leave the past behind us and move to the present. You know, over 50 years have elapsed since Luria made his observations. During those years, there have been advances in our ability to image and record information from the brain. This raises two questions. First, to what extent have the modern data changed our view about the relation mind-brain relation or relationships? And second, does it make any difference? I shall argue that the answer to the first question is some. And to the second question, some, but not as much as one might think or expect. Developmental cognitive science is an interdisciplinary field, scientific field, devoted to understanding psychological processes and their neurological basis of the developing organism. Contemporary theories of this field suggest that individual differences in intelligence originate from functionally localized processes within specific brain regions or networks. And I emphasize networks because I think this is the most significant part of my talk. Even though there is progress in mapping mental differences and changes in the brain, many issues are not resolved and questions remain open. First, we still do not know what is truly general and what is truly specific in both brain and mind. And second, we know very little about how the various types of change in the brain, myelination, electrical activity, volume, dispersion, activity of neurotransmitters, connectivity, etc., interact with cognitive developmental changes. Of course, since Luria's time, there have been remarkable, significant advances in our ability to observe in vivo functioning of the intact brain, and in some cases, a brain with lesions. The result has been a shift toward the discovery of neural circuits that support different functions. These circuits may involve several of Luria's regions. This is exemplified by PFIT theory. PFIT theory is a theory proposed by Jung and Heyer, and you see that the full name is Pareto-frontal integration theory. And in this theory, many of the brain mechanisms supporting behaviors is associated with planning and attention systems. And you can see in the screen with 3 different colors, all areas, all regions of this theory. You see that, for example, planning and attention systems are traced to neural circuits containing the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the sensory cortex, the parietal cortex, and the anterior cingulate gyrus. All this, you see it with different colors, because some of them are located in the right hemisphere and the other to the left. And of course, you see that with the yellow color, we have something interconnecting these 2 broad, let's say, areas. Also, recent advances in network neuroscience further elucidate the functions afforded by a small world architecture, motivating new insights about how brain network topology and dynamics account for individual differences in specific and broad facets of intelligence, especially represented by the network neuroscience theory. Here, in top part of the figure, A demonstrates functional networks drawn from a large-scale meta-analysis of peaks of brain activity for a wide range of cognitive, perceptual, and motor tasks. And B first illustrates the percent of regions within its intrinsic connectivity network that can transition to many easy-to-reach network states, which is acquired knowledge, as you see in the figure. And second, shows the percent of regions within its, again, intrinsic connectivity networks that can transition to many difficult-to-reach network states, fluid intelligence, in other words. Note also that one is related, again, I repeat it, to acquired knowledge, and the second to fluid intelligence, and I stress this because I want to use it in the last slide of my talk. Recently, we published a review paper with the title, you see it in the screen, Mapping Mind-Brain Development Towards a Comprehensive Theory. And in this paper, we tried to answer 3 questions. The first one, is the architecture of mind reflected in the organization and functioning of the brain? Second, what are the neuronal analogs of the various mental processes and mechanisms? And third, how are changes in gross parameters of the brain, such as increases in neuronal volume, myelination, etc., related to the phase and cycle changes in cognitive processes? Here you see a diagram of Demetrius and colleagues, one of them I am here. Yes. You see the way that we think that intelligence develops. You see that the human mind, we propose that is a complex universe of processes organized into systems carrying out different tasks during understanding or problem solving. In the system, you see in a diagrammatic representations representation, you see that there are 4 systems of processes: domain-specific, representational, integrative, and cognizant systems. Let me briefly say that domain-specific systems are directly related to the environment, grounding the mind in the real world. The other 3 systems are increasingly detached from the environment, organizing, in fact, environment-specific information and mental constructs such as rules and concepts at various levels of abstraction. According to our theory, specialized processes refer to mental operations and problem-solving skills that are suitable for handling different types of information, relations, and problems. Here, you see again a diagram showing the developmental the development of mind in relation to the 3 elementary processes or correlates of intelligence. We believe that fluid intelligence, or G, if you prefer it, develops along a reconceptualization sequence where changes in the nature of representations alternate with changes in the command and interlinking of representations constructed earlier. So this sequence involves, as you see, 4 reconceptualization cycles with transition from action-based episodic representations in preschool years to symbolic-based mental representations from 3 to 4 years of age, from mental representations to inference-based concepts at 6 years, and from concepts to logically based principles at around 11 years. Transitions within cycles occur at 4 years, 8 years, and 13 years, when relations before the representational units constructed earlier are worked out. This is significant, I think, information for you. No need to say here that age boundaries are approximate and not specific. You see the transition, the phases of transition of our mind. If anyone is interested in learning more about our ideas and how we attempt to connect the concept of intelligence with development, please have a look at some recent publications. And if these papers are not boring enough, then you can try to read out our book or a forthcoming paper in a psychological review. In this messy table, or busy, I prefer it, there are several domains of mental processing that emerge from interaction with standard relations in the environment. And you see in the columns core processes, mental operations, knowledge, and beliefs. The first, these relations includes, in fact, physical resemblance, color, shape, etc., arrangement in space, close and far away, up, down, etc., left, right, etc., quantification, causal interactions, categorizations, concepts, etc. Let's move to brain now. It is well established that brain undergoes both structural and functional changes in development. I'm sure you know it. These changes reflect, in fact, a dynamic interplay of simultaneously occurring progressive events such as increases in neuronal matter and synapses, and regressive events such as cell death and synaptic pruning. Although the total brain size is about 90% of adult size by age of 6, years, the brain, in fact, continues to undergo dynamic changes throughout adolescence and well into young adulthood, as neuroscience proposes now. Here you see in the slide that changes vary as a function of brain and region, different regions, I mean, and here you see also that there are significant changes in the thickness of process as a function, again, of age. Let's move to our proposal, our theory. We know that attentional, associative, executive, and reasoning networks follow a long developmental process extending to early adulthood. The attentional orienting network is well active by the age of 6 or 7 months. This is what our data show, allowing attention shifting and focusing as a result of changing stimulation in the environment. This network develops throughout the first and the second years of life, before the first cycle, in fact. In the period between 3 and 6 years, there is a drastic change in the frontal circuits of the corpus callosum, which sustain vigilance and regulate, in fact, action planning. Early in this period, from 2 to 4 years, the rates of glucose metabolism doubles. This goes well with the finding that in this phase, I mean at 3 to 4 years, the inhibition network is effectively functioning, rendering the focus, choose, and respond program possible. Later, at 6 to 7 years, there is again a dramatic change in the callosal isthmus, a specific area in our brain, which supports intraparietal associative and language functions. As you know, 6, 7 years is about the end of the so-called language window. In the period from 7 to 10 years, the anterior cingulate gets differentiated from the orienting network and connects to the executive and the associative networks, rendering the conceptual fluency program possible. So teachers saw in this age a child which is very easy to approach, discuss, ask, take answers, etc. Finally, during adolescence, we see long-distance connections between prefrontal hubs and the cerebellum to be established, carrying fine-tuning and error detection, spotting network, also inconsistencies. In the screen, we see illustrated through different colors or changes described already in brain networks according to the 3 developmental phases I already described for all processes and abilities. Here, the changes in the brain across the 3 phases, and in this slide, you see across the 4 systems. All at all, in summary, our review suggests that the human mind involves, first, several specialized domains of thought and also central executive, integrative, and cognizance. With the term cognizance, I mean metacognitive, in fact, processes. The evidence suggests, as an answer to our first question, I remind you, is the architecture of mind reflected in the organization and functioning of the brain? The answer to this question is that there are several overlapping networks in the brain subserving each other of these mental functions and their interactions. In response to our second question, which was about if there is any neuronal analog or analogs of the various mental processes, different mental processes seem to associate with different brain rhythms. This is the answer coming from neuroscience. In concern to the third question about individual differences, it seems that differences in intelligence relate to differences in the refinement and activation efficiency of brain networks related to reasoning and problem solving. With increasing intelligence, elements in local hubs are more tightly connected, and there are fewer long-distance connections between hubs. This is how our brain and how our brain networks progress, grow up. Let's move to another part of my talk about cognitive processes. The majority of the work by Das, Jack Naglieri, and their associates has been directed toward two goals in education: providing fine-grained analysis of the difficulties underlying children's behavior in school and developing remedial programs that will improve academic achievement, as stressed yesterday, Jack. They may profit from such understanding, but and this is important, I think. Both the goals of prediction and remediation can be approached by purely behavioral means. To do this, two things are required: identification of classes of behaviors that are statistically associated with academic performance, and the development of training procedures that can improve the execution of these behaviors. In other words, we need more research in cognitive processes, in my opinion. The assessment of intelligence, and you see a slide presented yesterday by Timothy, the assessment of intelligence can become the key to assessing the potential of any individual, but only if used to understand, not evaluate, understand the cognitive processes involved in it. I think the developmental trajectory of the elementary cognitive processes could be the key to understand learning competencies and learning problems. To support this message, I will present briefly a study already published, and I will present it in order to show you that a specific elementary process, the speed of processing, is very important for our thinking in the PrEP model. The results of this study reveal that mental speed often correlates more strongly with fluid intelligence than with crystallized intelligence. However, it is worth remarking that these findings concern mainly fluid intelligence and adult populations, since the majority of studies focused on this type of data. Further, various studies showed that speed does not have a significant direct effect on intelligence when controlling for working memory. Some investigators emphasized the role of attention, and more specifically control of processing, as a putative correlate of intelligence. And they showed that the ability to control attention is closely related to fluid intelligence, and they suggested that attention may be a cognitive source of intelligence among other sources. But a significant question here is to what extent working memory is different from attention. Several studies reveal that moderate to strong relations between working memory and different types of attention, both in adults and children. So today, many investigators, many researchers examine working memory and different types of attention as component of the general concept of executive functions. It's a good trick to solve your problem. Studies examining the relations between several executive functions and intelligence indicated that not all of them are related, in fact, to intelligence. On the other hand, working memory has been systematically found to relate to both fluid and crystallized intelligence in both adults and children. This pattern of relations was evident both cross-sectionally and longitudinally, providing thus stronger evidence for a causal chain in which working memory affects developmental change in fluid intelligence directly, and processing speed affects developmental change in fluid intelligence indirectly through working memory. We aim to investigate how age-related changes in each of these cognitive functions interact with age-related changes in the other two cognitive functions and intelligence. Here you see a hypothesized cognitive developmental cascade model for crystallized and fluid intelligence in the screen. And here you see the way in figure is the figure 3 of our study, if I remember correct. You see the way that we, using structural equation modeling, tried to test all possible relations among all these cognitive processes. And here you see the final model. The comparison demonstrated that the constraint cascade models for both crystallized and fluid intelligence had a better fit than the full cascade model. So the constraint cascade models were kept as the final developmental cascade for both crystallized and fluid intelligence. And this is our final model. And based on this model, we conclude that our studies suggest that there is a causal chain in which working memory influences developmental improvements in both fluid and crystallized intelligence directly, and processing speed and control of processing them indirectly. So the derived message from this study is rather simple, I think. The developmental differences of intelligence display a hierarchical order. The first factor of this hierarchy is speed of processing, and then follows working memory, attention, and working memory. Sorry. Let's move on cognitive impairments. I see the time. Let's skip some things. So in short, appropriate attention or arousal would act to disrupt planning, which in turn disrupt working memory and speed of processing and achievement areas. This is, I think, a proposal, a main sentence, a main, let's say, data in the area of the of our theory, and what I want to stress here is this slide. We can see here that many learning problems can stem from causes which have little to do with general information processing systems. Instead, they are due to lack of knowledge relevant to the particular content area. Further, we see that learning problems themselves can give rise to secondary affective problems which can feed back upon the higher levels. I remind you that according to the neuroscience network theory, and you see from my previous slide these two, I want to draw your attention here and here. I know that you can't read the information, but what you see in fact there is that according to NN neuroscience network theory, we can draw a tentative conclusion that when the problem is located in the bottom factors has global characteristics, and when the problem is located in the upper factors, and when I say upper, I mean down here, and saying bottom, I mean up here. Sorry for this reverse order. So in other words, what I'm saying is that we see an isomorphic analog across the phenotype of learning problems and the way that work our brain networks. Okay, let's move to the future. And the future of the PASS theory, again, Timothy used this this figure, which is in a chapter in the book authored by Timothy and other colleagues. Here, Carlson and Hunt summarized in the figure their ideas on how PASS can be modernized, revisited, how we can revisit the PASS theory. If you read the chapter, you will see that they name the new model over PASS, but a close look on that reveals that, sorry, it's an amalgam, it's a Greek word. It's a combination, in fact, of hierarchical theories and models, as GVPR model or CHC model, with elementary cognitive processes. It's good, but not enough in my mind. I think if we want to move ahead to revisit the PASS theory, we have to look at the strengths and weaknesses first of the theory. In my humble opinion, again, the strengths of the PASS theory, or what is the beating heart of the PASS, if you allow me to use this simile, is two. First is theory-driven, and second is a cohesive theory. And when I say cohesive, I mean that when you read the PASS theory, and more significantly, when you use this theory as a practitioner, you have from the first time, from the beginning, I mean, not only the assessment, but also the intervention program, which is very significant in my mind. And this, in fact, is the main lack of hierarchical models. What are the weaknesses? Again, in my opinion, in other words, what threatens the longevity of the PASS theory? I think it is not a mainstream theory of intelligence, and it is not used, and this is, I think, the most significant threat, not used in the field of broad genetic and neuroscience research in intelligence. So, in my opinion, we need more research on 5 directions. You see them in the screen. First, more neuroscientific evidence in favor of PASS components. Second, developmental patterns. More research on developmental patterns, I mean, of children, typical and atypical, both. Third, check the predictive power of PASS components on acquired knowledge. I think we need to see the correlations between the components of PASS theory and academic achievement or acquired knowledge in general in a more close way. The fourth is the relations of PASS with G. I think it's significant to see this kind of relations. And fifth, correlates of intelligence, speed, working memory, attentional control. We have to see what is going on with the relations of PASS components with these 3 elementary processes. Before I stop talking and wake you up, maybe, let me acknowledge funding agencies of presented work, many colleagues inside and outside Cyprus, many brilliant students, undergraduate, postgraduate, and research assistants, and of course, participants and their families. Thank you for your attention. Time for questions.
Thank you, George. Time for questions. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, Anna?
Anna.
I have 2 questions. It was very interesting to see all the stages of the development. Is it so that there are different sensitive periods of times to stimulate the different cognitive functions?
Yes.
Yeah. And what about working memory, as it's such an important aspect of cognition? How easy is it to influence working memory in the different stages of development?
I think if we use the way that PASS theory tries to stimulate the planning and attention components, we can do it. You know also that there is a lot of research with mixed results, in fact, but okay, there is good and bad news. I mean that there are some investigators who believe that we can do it, and to do this they use simple tasks like n-back task or this kind of tasks where you push the strategic, in fact, way of using working memory. So there is hope, I think, but I don't have a clear answer, not only me, I think, also the literature of this field. But we hope, I think we can do it, especially if we try it as early as possible.
As early as possible, but because the question was as well, is there any period of time where it's most important to focus on this area of cognition?
Preschool, first school years, I think. this is the standard answer to this kind of questions.
As early as possible.
Earlier, correct. Thank you, Anna.
Other questions?
I was so clear.
Morten, has there come any questions?
Interesting.
No? I would like you to go back to the...
It's very early on the internet.
To your questions for the future.
Yeah. Here.
And it's easy to agree on the first one. Of course, neuroscience and all kinds of evidence as expressed in the interpretive and technical manual of the PASS-2, this type of research will always be warranted and necessary to kind of fill up and follow up the validity.
We hope as soon as possible with Timothy we'll start a study to this direction. Let's see. We are discussing.
Yeah. At the same time, in Norway we have actually he is within medicine. Per Brodal. He has been researching the brain for all his professional life, and he's now retired but still active. And in his kind of Bible of the brain, he and also in his when you hear him talk, he says something about the way of imaging the brain and the brain functions, and he kind of he questions its significance because it gives you information about kind of the spotting that you ask for, and it kind of could hide the fact that the interactions of the brain, the term Luria uses in his book, The Working Brain, is concertedly working brain cells to illustrate how the brain works together in every mental process, in every mental activity of humans. And this concert of brain cells could easily be lost. What is your thinking about that?
Thank you for the great question. It's not easy, is the first answer to your question. There are a lot of technicalities over there. For example, if you use fMRI, you have 2 or 3 seconds delay when you see, let's see, your brain working, for example, understanding, seeing, etc. fMRI, it's good to localize processes, but with a small delay. Now, we try to use other techniques, like EEGs, which is an old, of course, but now we have very strong algorithms, and we can use them in order to answer this kind of questions, because when you use EEGs or TMS, etc., you can observe the living brain in a millisecond, in fact, synchronization with your behavior. So it's very, it's a nice method, technology, and many researchers use it. Between them, me and Timothy. But again, there are many obstacles here. When you use EEG, you see only the flashes of a building and not what is in the building. You don't we don't know when we say that, for example, N2 or ERN, etc. I name some components of ERPs, is related to attention. Okay, it's good, but it's only a glimpse, in fact, of what our brain tries to do, transferring, in fact, information from one network to the other. Today, I think the concept of connectivity is a brilliant idea, and it could be the key to open the black box of the brain, especially to the questions coming from the field of intelligence and individual differences in general. So there is hope, and we have to do a lot of research. This is, I think, my answer to your question or comment, dear Ganver.
Thank you for your answer. So let me ask a kind of a general question to what you said. Is there anything in your findings that is contradictory or contradict with the PASS theory?
No, because I didn't, in fact, research using this kind of methodologies using PASS theory. As you see, the previous paper I presented was with Wexler. As I said in the first day in our meeting, Timothy is the bad guy, because after I met Timothy, I learned about the PASS theory. I like the theory, and some years now, we try to plan research in this area and use data coming from the PASS theory. But for me, is, let's say, a new era, a new route scientifically and in research, and if you want to say perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we will soon leave the table to Dimitra, but let us do some movements first. Dimitra, would you like to give us some movements from your repertoire? No. then let us repeat the song, because yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. So let's do the song and the movements again, like yesterday.
Shoulder joint, and that's how we are connected. I don't know whether connected is the right word, but let's use it. It works. And the finger joints connected to the hand joint. The hand joints connected to the elbow joint. The elbow joints connected to the shoulder joint. That's how we are connected. The bones, yes, the bones, yes, silly bones. The bones, yes, the bones, yes, the silly bones. The bones, yes, the bones, yes, the silly bones. That's how we are connected. And the toe joints connected to the ankle joint. The ankle joints connected to the knee joint. The knee joints connected to the hip joint. That's how we are connected. And the toe joints connected to the ankle joint. The ankle joints connected to the knee joint. The knee joints connected to the hip joint. And that's how we are connected. The bones
workshops. I'll give you credit.
Thank you. Let me introduce you, Dimitra. Jeg skal komme og ta en beslutning med deg.
Is there a break before my speech?
Actually not, but we can take 5 minutes if that's needed, because Morten has some information.
Oh.
Is that okay? And then we give you time after. Yeah. Okay. Morten, there's still time for your information. Wasn't it some information you wanted to give? No. Okay. So. Okay. Okay, let's take a couple of minutes break then. You can go and have some coffee or water, or a little bit more movement is also possible. And we'll call. Dear audience, we are ready for the next presentation. So if you would be so kind to find your places. Okay, we are ready for the next, which is PASS and movement disorders, methodology for assessment and intervention by Dimitra Kutsuki and Katarina Asonito from the National and Capodstrian University of Athens. Dimitra Kutsuki is a professor and the director of the Laboratory of Adapted Physical Activity and Developmental and Physical Disabilities in the School of Physical Education and Sport Science of the National and Capodstrian University of Athens, Greece. Her scientific disciplines are special physical education and adapted physical activity. And her current research projects include work on special education, motor and cognitive screening, and/or evaluation tools and intervention methods for developmental disabilities. Inclusion in sport and education of students with special educational needs. And Katarina Asonito, who is a PhD research and teaching staff in the university, are also working on these same projects. And she will also be a part of this session. She also has the combination of physical science and preschoolers, which is an interesting combination, of course. So, Dimitra, you are the first. The table is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Gunvor. I'm very thankful to Gunvor and Morten for this great opportunity to be here today as part of our project and as a speaker on my special field of expertise. I am blessed to have had teachers who taught me a lot of what I'm going to talk about today, and some of them were a product of great cooperations and great research work done with people who I had the honor to meet in my life, and students of mine who gradually became my associates. Two of them are in this room today. Although Timothy Papadopoulos is in another institution and was, of course, for many years worked alone. I mean, not together, we haven't worked together lately. But Katarina Asonito used to be my student, my undergraduate student. And I am very grateful that I had the opportunity to share the knowledge that I acquired in my studies and my teachers, my professors, among which J.P. Das was one of them, and who taught me very many things on the field that I'm going to talk about today, but not only that. He taught me how to be humble. He taught me how to share knowledge, and he taught me how to be generous with young people and let them develop on their own path. Instruction and teaching instruction and teaching is something that we are responsible for. What our students learn, we're not responsible. Because each one of us chooses what they'll learn in life. So do our students at the elementary school, our preschool students, our university students. And this choice is shaped from their own experiences, from their own materials that are made of, and those that we can see, the physical body, and those materials that we don't see. They're shaped by their intentions, their aspirations, and these inspirations change across life. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit about my path using my field, my discipline, which is a combination of what is going on in the physical world and what is going on in our minds and in our thinking, in our abstract functions, which we have heard these last 2 days so beautiful things. Yesterday from Jack and the other speakers, and today from George, and I'm looking forward for the rest of the speakers today. Well, when I first started my journey to study abroad in the States and then in Canada, and met my teachers, I had no idea which way I would go, really. Now speaking to you, I have to confess something. When I prepared this presentation today, I was intending to tell you all the things that you will see in the screen. However, since then, and after yesterday, and after today's speech by George, well, I think I changed my mind. So, and Jack shared with me that Kathleen just changed our presentation, and he was sort of, complaining about that. But I think this is wonderful, because what we are today, it's coming out of what we have experienced the moment before, like a little while before. So today, some of these things that you will see on the screen, well, read it, it's okay, I can send the presentation, but that's not important. The most important thing is that I feel like I'm wiser today, after yesterday, and after this morning's speech. And this is the gift that we are given. And I am very privileged to be among this group of people in this room today. Thank you for being here. And I thank you for the chance you give me to learn and develop. So, when I first came back to Greece, there was nothing in my university in this discipline. I had to invent it on my own. When I was explaining to older professors what I studied, and I was a very young lady who was known because I was an athlete, I was known as an athlete, and all of a sudden, here I am, and I serve a discipline that, what is this? Okay, so I had to start from scratch. And our laboratory exists since, what, Katerina? Yeah, 2000 constitutionally, but before that, about 1998, we started working on things like that. And of course, no funds, no nothing, no staff, no nothing at all. So I said, okay, well, I know this job. I'll start from scratch. And we started researching the area of movement disabilities, because this is the field that I am appointed in my university. So special physical education in the subject that I serve in my university. However, my studies are in psychology, developmental psychology, and my PhD was on expert novice differences and on cognitive processes and performance, motor performance. And my postdoc was with JP Das when him and Jack Naglieri, and they started testing for the CAS. So my relation to the PASS-theory and to the CAS is very close. I am using it in my research and also my practice, and I strongly believe that despite the fact that we have long ways to go, we have a lot of research findings that have enhanced our understanding of cognitive processes, their role to performance, to behavior, and their role to our job, which is intervening to make a better generation of students, a better generation of people who are going to be included in the society. So inclusive education is one of the subject matters that we are serving in our lab. I told you I'm going to speak in a lot of other things, but I think that it is very important that I present that today the whole philosophy of our work. We selected to present today a part of one part of Katharina's PhD thesis, which is particularly using the PASS-theory and the CAS. And however, we are doing research on many other fields of movement disorders that are coming from syndromes or coming from trauma, especially the movement disabilities, and they're coming from different disorders that are firstly diagnosed as such, but the movement that we observe to people with in the autism spectrum, to people with depression, to people with the older people, the third age people, who have a lot to teach us, because when we're studying normal development, we study what is expected to see. So within the norms and etc., we expect to see a smooth development. When we study the disabilities, we are able to see what is not happening as behavior, but we have no clue of what is going on into the mind of a person in the autism spectrum. We focus on the behavior that does not meet the criteria of our tests, but we don't know what else is going on in there. So when we design intervention, we need to take in account that the missing behavior is not the only answer to the teachers who are going to teach students with disabilities. So cognitive and motor development, we know that they're interconnected, and this has been well documented by studies and research in the neuropsychological domain. So everything that happens in our environment affects the way our nervous system works, our brain, the way we perceive reality, and to the degree that we can use our senses to perceive what is going on, to record what is going on in the environment, we use processes that may help or they may not help us to develop a certain behavior. What I mean is that the factor of readiness especially in preschool-age children, we know that there is a great individual differences among young ages, and respecting this, the findings of research, we can tell that there is a bandwidth of acceptance of non-showing behaviors that are expected to be shown, and there is also our perception of how wide this bandwidth can be, like this, how much, how many degrees of freedom or how many, standard deviations we allow the child to be off the norm of the mean, depends greatly on the goal and the design of our intervention program. That is, absolute criteria are not good indicators in the special education. We all know that we measure the progress of each child, the progress of each individual, and that is what is very, very important in our research. So, identifying the delays on the cognitive and motor domain in both populations, the typically developing and the non-typically developing, give us the opportunity to design intervention programs, early intervention programs that will allow for a development of processes that will assist those areas, the gray areas, as I say, or those areas that the child is not ready due to the disability or due to their, slow development. Okay, so it is very important for us to understand that the criteria that we are using for progress, they're relative to the initial assessment, the assessment that we, upon which we design our intervention program. Some children grow out of their delays and some children do not. And those children who do not, we have to see why they don't grow out of their delay. And the way to do that is by assessing them in different ways. So I strongly believe that we can use means that allow us to investigate behaviors and performances of our children that perhaps one set of data does not allow us to see. So that's what we do. So we use many tools that we make assessments as interdisciplinary as possible. So we know that executive functions and the cognitive processes are strongly, support the academic achievement endpoint, or throughout our lives, we understand that mental processes assist the way we develop and gain knowledge. Today, we're going to talk about DCD. DCD is a developmental coordination disorder, which is, we choose it because we are working in this domain. We're choosing it because it is a very complicated disorder, because there are people, there are adults, and of course kids, that we observe that they fail to attain. Oh, this is the definition of DCD, which says that it's a serious impairment. So you see a child, and your mind doesn't think that. I mean, you don't think that there is something wrong with them, but they have a problem in gaining knowledge and executing behaviors that will be purposeful, will be adapted to the stimuli, to the reasons that they were created, and it is not necessarily related to intellectual disability or some neurological condition, but it is a disorder which does not allow children to see similarities, to make generalizations about what they have learned. So if they've learned how to catch a ball, that doesn't mean that they will be good basketball players or good ball players in any ball game. They fail to accommodate new incoming information in their old routines and assimilate them to a behavior that will follow a development, will follow a trend which says that they become better and better. So they get confused by new incoming behavior while they are performing a task. And of course, they have a difficulty adapting to new and changing environments. And of course, they have difficulty with other subject matters in their education. So the prevalence is about 6 to 10%, and what puzzles us mostly is the fact that it's a very heterogeneous group. So no child with DCD, one child will be same with the other. And that means that we have to find those factors that affect their ability to move and to move effectively and develop. And the other fact is that there is a high comorbidity of this situation. So you very rarely see a child with DCD that doesn't have attention deficit, doesn't have language problems, understanding problems, etc. But again, this is not the same for each one of them. Like, they're quite different from each other, and that's why the research study that Katerina is going to present refers to the methodology that we are using to make assessments using the PASS theory and the CAS and motor scales that assess fine and gross motor development and balance. So comorbidity is the rule rather than the exception in the population with DCD. And there are many research approaches on the way we approach, on the way we study clumsiness or awkwardness or DCD, as you know, this is the name we anyway, so we gave in the beginning. And this kind of research has a background which may be coming from different disciplines, from different theories, and from different practices. So some of them refer to personal organization, a failure to personally organize information in a meaningful manner in order to incorporate this information into a behavioral pattern. Some of them refer to visual spatial processing disability, time management and motor prediction, speed and accuracy. So when speed increases, accuracy becomes less, etc., etc. On planning and decision making and motor programming, and also attention, response inhibition, and working memory. So if you give these keywords into your search, you will find theories and scientists that are coming from a lot of different disciplines, and of course the results are sometimes agree, and sometimes they have another way of approaching it. We are using the PASS theory in our laboratory, and we work on those concepts such as attention, planning, and simultaneous and successive processing. Okay, well, other speakers have referred to the work of Loria, and the three basic characteristics he gives us for each activity: the recoding of information that is already known or is new, the formatting of action programs with selection and appropriate responses, and the comparing the effect to action with original intention. See, to our practice, it is very important for us to have the child develop a cognitive map of what we're asking him or her to do. This is especially difficult for a child with a disability. It is very, very difficult for a child with DCD, in our case, because their cognitive map, the vocabulary they're using in order to describe what they have done and what they have not done, in other words, their metacognition, the metacognitive skills they are gaining from what we are teaching them and what they have learned, they're so different. You see, you interview a child, and I loved when Jack said yesterday that we interview the child, because that's what we're studying. It is very important for us to understand that what they're telling us, it's butter in our bread for our research. Nothing else matters. I mean, we can have as many data as we can. We do have, of course we do. We're working on this, we're researchers. However, when you film the child, the moment that they're accomplishing a task, when you see the child in the playground, out there, and see the way they play, the way they interact with the gym materials, with each other, and the vocabulary they're using to describe their actions, it's what we need to base our questions in our research. I'm a very strong believer on that, and I think that every time I interview a child or I watch a child playing, I have a granddaughter, she's 6.5 years of age, and every time I talk to her, I think I'm the student, and she's the adult that teaches me so many things. So we should be, as teachers, be very proud to have students that we can talk to, and I'm also always learning from my university students as well, because their questions reflect the way they're thinking. So, I'm afraid that I will repeat other people's presentations if I go on. So I already said that movement and cognitive processes, they're interconnected. PASS theory helps us to identify dysfunctions in planning and motor programming, in coding failure on both simultaneous and successive processing, evaluating feedback, and the inability to use feedback if it is provided. You know what? Sometimes you tell the child, no, don't do that. I've seen many teachers, I've seen many coaches, because as I said, I'm in a physical education department, and we also train coaches. And coaches, sometimes they have to teach skills that they don't know how to do it. And I always get into fights with them because I tell them that you cannot tell the child not to do this. You have to show him and tell him what to do. Or if you want to show them their mistakes, you just film them and let them see their picture and then analyze that. Otherwise, you're never going to have the same, an impact of what you're talking about, of your teaching. And especially with motor control. See, in our work, it is very important. The declarative knowledge children gain, we gain of one thing. Like, we all know the rules of the basketball game. We watch the basketball game. Sometimes we're annoyed because the player didn't do the moves that we would like to in order for our team to win. But we don't know how to play. we know just the rules. So procedural knowledge is gained through several sessions of practice and practice and practice, and this practice has to take under consideration the way we feel, the affective part. So when you're teaching a kid a skill that doesn't care about it or is afraid of doing it because of failure, you're not going to have this child develop in their movement. No, you need to talk to them and ask them what what they want to do, what makes them happy. After all, we come in this life to experience happiness, joy, satisfaction, etc. Let's not diminish the value of our feelings. And as we grow older, we tend to forget this. And then we become, very serious and gloomy adults and teachers who children look at us and they say, I don't want to be like you. Okay, so to conclude, our goal in our university, we call in our laboratory Adapted Physical Activity Laboratory. And our goal is to study movement and along with cognitive development. And we evaluate cognitive motor skills that lead to the acquisition of knowledge. Yes, we use PASS-theory and CAS, and in order to formulate our individualized education program. So we use various skills that we feel like they're needed. Most kids need a combination of motor skills that have a cognitive load, especially in younger ages, in preschool ages and first, childhood, like till 8 or 9 years old. And then when they enter the phase of acquiring athletic skills, then we can of course, give greater emphasis on the routines and on the technical characteristics of each skill, and physical condition, etc. This is a daily program that we are using for each child every day, and that's what we're teaching. So I know I exceeded my time, Gunvor. I will finish now. And summarizing, the motor and cognitive skills mature along to a similar trajectory. Piaget posited that children, cognitive and motor development are closely related and was the first to investigate how intelligence evolves from contact with the external world and the responses to the external world. Mobility is crucial to cognitive functioning, aiding to the formation of neural connections and cortical differentiation. The role of cognitive processes in motor control has been long recognized. Motor control is that area that requires the use of our feedback, and the feedback, if it's not intrinsic, if it's not paid attention to intrinsically, we have to guide it, we have to name it. And okay, motor and cognitive activity is designed to build through the direct involvement of the knowledge base and the three cognitive function system, attention, coding, and planning. Okay, I don't want to repeat myself. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention. And from this point on, Katerina is going to present one part of our research, and she's going to talk about the way the methodology of assessment and how we're using it in our designing of intervention programs. So I'm finished. I hope that I didn't bore you. I'm looking forward to listen to the rest of the speakers today. And if you have some question, I would be glad to answer. Or would you like me to step off and after Katerina is presenting to? Okay. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And while Katarina is entering, we will change the program a little bit. So the break will come at 11 instead of 10:45, but you will get your break.
Okay. No. G.
Yeah.
Oslo, Katerina. Oslo, Katerina. Oslo, okay.
Then?
Then the three. I think this is the right. Oh, hello, everybody. I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm honored also. I would like to thank you, Ms. Gunvor and Morten, for your invitation and for the warm hospitality. And I would like to thank you, Professor Jack Naglieri and Kathleen from the USA. I'm trying, I will try to tell you about our research in our laboratory. Okay. I would like to compare the motor performance and planning levels between children with and without DCD, and would like to determine the contribution of cognitive planning to their motor performance. The dependent variables were the group, 30 students with and 30 without DCD, the gender, and the age. They were 4 to 6 years old. Don't know. They were attending public kindergartens, had no pediatrician histories of any physical or neuromotor disorder, ADHD, emotional or intellectual disability. And the dependent variables were the matching numbers, plan codes, plan connections from the planning scale scores of CAS, and the manual dexterity, aiming and catching and starting, and dynamic balance from the movement assessment battery for children 2. The research met the principles of ethical research. We see the measuring instruments, posting coins, threading bed, beads, drawing trail, aiming and catching, static balance, dynamic balance, matching numbers, plan codes, plan connections. We ran multiple advanced analyses like MANOVA
discriminant function analysis and multiple regression to predict children's motor performance by using indicators from planning ability. In the current study, students with DCD had significantly lower scores than students without DCD in all 3 motor domains, and the total motor score from ABC2, as well as in all planning scale scores. Sorry. No. No. Back. No. Sorry for that. Okay. The laser. How? The laser? Up. Okay. Okay. Balance, total motor score, and plan codes appear to be the best discriminators between the groups, indicating the strengths and weaknesses for both groups in specific skills. We see the tape, the 98.3% of original group cases correctly classified, with the balance, total, ABC score, and plan codes the best discriminators. No. Okay. The Pearson R coefficient between total movement ABC and domain subscores and the planning scale scores were statistically significant for the 2 groups, indicating the degree of association between the 2 tests. After accounting for age, sex, and physical activity level, the planning index remained significantly associated with the movement ABC total impairment score and explained 35.7% of the variance in children with DCD. The plan codes item seems to be the best predictor for the total motor performance. And the total score of plan connections item seems to be the best predictor of the manual dexterity tasks. See the points. Planning, such as attention, are cognitive processes that have important role in the achievement of motor reaction and furthermore in the formation of motor pattern. Okay. Prediction of children's motor performance, especially manual dexterity, by using indicators from cognitive planning factors is possible. Results suggest that poor planning ability seems particularly related to a deficiency in visual motor integration. Low planning levels seems to be significantly associated with motor performance in children with DCD and enhances the risk of poor motor development. However, planning is associated with academic performance, computational mathematics, reading, writing, and recall memory of literature passages. So the planning subtest scores may have educational implications that emphasizes visual spatial organization of numbers, words, ideas, or images. As a conclusion, DCD is associated with problems in planning abilities, and they are at significant risk of school failure in different academic areas. After that, our research went deeper. In literature, we mention 2 different methodological approaches in disorders classification. It's usually usually mention the intergroup analysis. In the intergroup analysis is the traditional method, which is usually mentioned in the literature. We compare the averages between two groups, the experimental and the control group. We used a more complex analysis, the intragroup analysis, where the disorder can be assessed within the group of children with DCD. This method, the intragroup analysis, is not reported as frequently as the intergroup analysis. Participants are categorized on the basis of their profiles and their ratings on a set of measurements. Cluster analysis is a reliable statistical method which provides sufficient, more specific information about the sample and the dependent variables. The practical issue is the need for individualized interventions and specific teaching methods that promote growth and development in preschool children, as well as to prevent movement and learning difficulties. The classification of the disorder contributes to the identification of heterogeneity, the underlying characteristics, the stability of the subtypes, and the formulation of specific hypotheses about etiology and response to treatment. We evaluated motor and cognitive skills of students with and without DCD. We would like to understand the cognitive profiles of the children with DCD by using PASS-teorien and CAS tests, because there are many ways to evaluate cognitive abilities. We would like to investigate the nature of possible cognitive motor profiles, distinct subgroups using clustering methods based on neurocognitive theory PASS. B, to classify the disorder within the general school population, the ecological status of the research, because the children with and without went to the same school. And C, to reveal strengths and weaknesses in the cognitive domain within DCD group. We had 108 preschoolers, 4 to 6 years old. Students with DCD had different degree of movement dysfunction. They were attending public kindergartens. They were never diagnosed with any physical or neuromotor disorder, or ADHD, or intellectual disability. We had manual dexterity, ball skill, static, dynamic balance from movement assessment battery for children, and running speed and agility for both. And the 3 cognitive scales from the CAS test: planning, simultaneous, and attention scale. Cluster analysis is a variety of procedures. We ran 4 different hierarchical agglomerative clustering methods: words, complete, likheter, centroid, compare, k-means. 6 cluster solutions revealed. Cluster 1 involves 9 children at risk. They had minor difficulties in simultaneous coding and serious difficulty in jumping. We can see the red points. We can see in the horizontal axis, there are the skills. MD, 1, manual dexterity 1, manual dexterity 2, 3, 4, static balance 1, static balance 2, dynamic balance 1, 2, running, planning 1 item, planning 2 item, simultaneous coding 1, simultaneous coding 2, attention 1, 2, 3, the skills. Now we can see there is more than 2 standard deviations from the average. The average is the 0. These children had a serious problem in the jumping. and minor difficulties in simultaneous coding. Cluster 2 involves 43 children, all scores close to the mean. They had no problems. There were the children close to the mean in the class. Cluster 3 involves 13 children. All scores were above the average. Planning and attention, in the yellow, you can see the yellow points. Planning and attention particularly were above average. Planning, attention. Cluster 4 involves 26 children. They had serious difficulty in planning and simultaneous coding, more than one standard deviation from the average, and all cognitive items were below average. They had serious difficulty in manual dexterity. Cluster 4 involves 12 children, below average scores for all items. Serious difficulty in planning. More than one standard deviation, but serious difficulty in manual dexterity and static and dynamic balance. Dynamic balance, the point is the more than 8 standard deviations from the average. And the last cluster, the small group with 5 children with generalized motor and cognitive dysfunction, below average scores in all cognitive items, very serious difficulties in simultaneous coding, clear difficulty in planning, and to a lesser extent, difficulty in attention. Very serious difficulties in manual dexterity, more than 5 standard deviations from the average, and the dynamic balance. This is the summary. C1, relatively good cognitive skills. C2, good cognitive skills. And C3, C2 and C3, very good cognitive abilities. C4, greater difficulty in planning and simultaneous coding. C5, greater difficulty with planning tasks. C6, poor at all cognitive tasks, generalized cognitive dysfunction. We ran multiple advanced analyses for internal and external validity of these clusters. All the participants were classified in the same subgroups with both methods, k-means and words. Okay, the results of the study have important implications because through the cluster analysis, we revealed different profiles for each group with different degree of severity of the disorder, which related to specific motor and cognitive abilities. Clusters constitute 6 different subtypes of motor and cognitive function, or dysfunction, confirming the research hypothesis. The 6 profiles differentiated to the number and the structure. It is important that the profiles appear with stability that have been identified with the same statistical methods, but under the different research conditions, different samples, different source populations, and selection criteria. Each subgroup needs a different and specific educational interventional design, depending on the nature and the severity of the cognitive motor weaknesses or strengths, like C3, who had high scores. 2-3 minutes yet. Intervention programs and specific teaching methods enhancing cognitive abilities such as planning, decision-making, processing, problem-solving, evaluation, spatial organization, memory and attention mechanism in combination with motor skills may facilitate learning and academic performance. Early identification, very significant, contributes to prevent academic and performing difficulties. Why this intervention and not a different one? We will say somebody. Probably because it has a greater long-term maintenance of their cognitive and motor goals and acquired strategies from other types of intervention. We propose that future developmental research should incorporate cognitive strategies tools in order to analyze specific profiles of heterogeneous populations, such as DCD. Future research examining the impact of DCD classification is warranted, and it could be applied for other developmental disorders. No. The impact of different DCD profiles may provide larger benefits for alternative and effective instructional methods and early intervention programs in order to avoid motor learning disabilities and low academic achievement. Also, physical education teachers will be able to adapt their support accordingly, implementing an individualized education program, regardless of the diagnostic medical label a child received. Thank you. Very much.
Thanks to both of you, Dimitra and Katarina.
Yes.
It's very interesting to see the PASS research also in the field of motor activity and motor development. So thank you very much. Let us take time for just one short question, if there is one, and a short answer. Okay, Timothy?
It goes also to Dimitra, I think, but your research is very appropriate, like for collection with protocols. I would say mostly on process analysis. Like, have you considered collecting data using, for instance, think aloud method? Because you emphasize on the feedback that you aim to provide the students with, like, so you improve or you enhance their metacognitive skills and perhaps how they understand the difficulties they experience with the tasks execution, like those tasks that relate to the motor development. So if you have, let's say, product analysis concentrated on numerical data as you do, and you have nicely presented, have you also considered collecting data using a think aloud method, like while they execute the task to speak to themselves, and therefore you can just collect data that you can use later on?
Timos, I don't understand. You mean to use another method to collect our data? I don't know this method. You say.
When you do something, you speak loudly, okay? So you can register this information and use it like later on and see, go through that with a child and see whether what they try to do is based on a trial and error method or a combination of skills. So you just provide a means for improvement based on this data.
Actually, I think Dimitra answered this question in her speech.
Yeah. Yes, we could, Timothy. It is, we could do that. Actually, we've experimented with this. Oh, no, I think I speak through this device. Yes. But as I told you in private yesterday, we're pursuing a lot of other things now, so we didn't go into this kind of data selection. But this is something that we could do, yes, and perhaps we can do it together. Hey, pass you the ball.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dimitra and Katarina.
May I say something? Just
30 seconds.
I'm interested to know which skills I need to intervene as a teacher. So this analysis is very useful for me. let's see, I have a group with the label DCD. These children where have the difficulties? In the balance, in planning, in simultaneous coding? What can I work with you? So this analysis gives me information for concrete and precise strengths and weaknesses, so to design my intervention.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you very much.
thank you, thank you.
Okay, then let's have a 11 minutes break from 11:09 to 11:20. Dear audience, I hate to interrupt in such active chatting, but please find your seats. My plan is to start now. Before lunch, we are going to present a little bit of what is and has been going on in Scandinavia. I will start opposite the sequencing in the program. Because my presentation is short, it's just a little bit about CAS development in Norway and the norming work that we have completed for Norway and Sweden. And then Niklas and Petri will take over and speak to us about how they use the PASS theory in several ways in Sweden. We are looking very much forward to that. And we will allow them to proceed a little bit into the time for lunch if needed. So please take that into account. So, okay, first, CAS 2 in Norway. It is a little bit dark here, but I'll try to find the correct to go further, yeah. Actually, we've heard the history of CAS published in 1994. Morten has told you about how he met the CAS cognitive assessment system in a conference in South Africa in 1997. And from that on started the translation work for a Norwegian version. It took place through 8 years and 10 years before the CAS was published in Norway. But from 2003, 2004, a smaller group started doing tryouts in different school psychology services in the western part of Norway. In 2008, the translation of the CAS was finished, and we also started training of Norwegian professionals in the school psychology services. A work that still is continuing to certify professionals in the school psychology services. And immediately, a lot of school psychology professionals started using the CAS and they gave reports of clinical utility. They really saw the children in a new way, and they were able to describe the children in a way that was recognizable for the child and adolescent themselves, and also for teachers and parents. And suddenly, the CAS 2 was published in US in 2014, and which was kind of a start signal for us to start asking the rights to publish also in Norway. And in actually Scandinavia was the possibility. At that time, the CAS was also in use in Sweden, in a Swedish version. So we had cooperation with Petri Partanen and Skoleutvecklarna, and Niklas Fröst. And in agreement with them, we got the rights for Norway and Sweden. We didn't have a Danish cooperator. That's why, or that's one of the reasons why CAS 2 is not published in Denmark. At least a reason why it's not published by us. But we needed, of course, Norwegian norms. We have seen the data that the CASS 2 is not, the CASS and CASS 2 is not, it's more or less depending on culture and demonstrating or biased by cultural factors. But still, we wanted, of course, the norms to be from our country, to compare those persons that we assessed to a Norwegian or Scandinavian sample instead of an American. So we started getting that financed, and we got finances from Innovation Norge, Innovation Norway, business fund actually, and they found a program that they could support us under. And in this project that was driven from 2015 to 2018, included the data collection. In the translation process, both for CASS and in particular for CASS 2, we put a lot of attention to the two subtests, or three subtests actually, that we thought would be particularly vulnerable for language difficulties. The subtest 5, verbal spatial relations, one of the simultaneous subtests, and also subtest 11 and 12, and in CASS 2 given to the different two age groups, 5 to 7 and 8 to 18 years. And the two subtests is sentence repetition and sentence questions, in which all verbs and nouns are transformed to color names, which makes the sentences without meaning, but they keep the syntax. And the syntax is successive, so that's why this is a successive subtest. For these subtests, the text was elaborated through several translations and back and forth procedures and also discussions. We were counting syllables, for example, to control the number of elements and so on. And all this to make the process demands in the task as similar to the original version as possible. The PASS project, a few words about that. As I said, supported by Innovation Norge, and in cooperation with 7 Norwegian local municipalities, and in Sweden, Skoleutvecklarna had cooperated with 9 municipalities in Sweden. And we were under a program requiring that both PASS-verket as a private actor and the local municipalities as public actors shall benefit from the project, shall have a purpose, something to solve. And for PASS-verket, of course, that was to collect data for Norwegian and Swedish norms, for both the CASS 2 cognitive assessment system and CASS 2 rating scale that Jack was speaking about yesterday, and also to try out PASS courses, the course we needed for certification, but also courses relating the PASS theory to behavior and also to basic skills typically, and also emotional and developmental problems. And it was voluntarily for the local municipalities how many days they wanted to spend, kind of, because that was their resources into the project, to have their employees to use their working hours for this project. And Randi here, she's a representative for the municipality who really took the whole package. And they, in Asker kommune, Røyken kommune at that time, yes. They spent 9 days. We had 9 days of training the school psychology staff, most of them, and also teachers from school and kindergarten. And it was a lovely experience for us. And the teachers responded, we get new glasses to see the children. So for us it was a very, very we got a purpose to try out these courses. And also for the municipalities, their purpose was to increase the competence for school psychologist professionals. And I say it like that because they were both psychologists and other professionals with the same level of education, of course. And also teachers in school and kindergarten. And also to prevent dropouts from school, which has been an issue in Norway for the 2 last decades in particular. Part of it was the data collecting, and it was collected in cooperation with these municipalities, and all those school psychology service professionals, they were trained, they were already trained in giving the CAS. And all tests were controlled by at least 2 persons, and this reduced our data set, this control used our data set to 672. We also had this stratification to match Norwegian and Swedish populations, and we of course used parameters like those used in the national statistics. These presentations will be available afterwards. This is also published in the book, Interpretive and Technical Manual, Tolknings- og teknisk manual på norsk. So you can read about it there. So we adjusted the sample to match the population, and we did also some sub-studies to see that we did this in reasonable ways. And this also reduced, so we had a final sample of 614 persons. We are most grateful to Jack Naglieri, who worked out the norms according to the combined Norwegian and Swedish sample. And he also created a scoring sheet in Excel where some of scale scores were converted to PASS indexes and full-scale standard scores for use free of charge. And it provided us with norms for the 4 PASS indexes, the full scale for both the extended battery, 12 subtests, and the core battery of 8 subtests, with its percentile rank and also confidence intervals, like usually in such tests. And the scoring, this scoring sheet also provides calculations needed for ipsative and normative comparisons to find possible PASS strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, I think I stopped there. Instead of showing you this sheet. It is available on Jack's website with American norms, I would think, on our website with Norwegian norms. So it can be used international from Jack's website, and in Norway and Sweden from ours. So without any break now or questions, I will immediately leave the table to Petri and Niklas. And while they are making themselves ready, let me introduce them.
Take in the room. And then you can move your hand around, and then you'll be a little clear to the people around you. Okay? And then down again. Please sit down.
So let me introduce these 2 guys. Petri Partanen, he is a researcher and psychologist with a specialist diploma in school and educational psychology. He's a lecturer and senior consultant at Skoleutvecklarna Sverige and works with training and supervision of teachers, psychologists, special education teachers, and principals, etc., across Sweden and Finland. Petri Partanen is currently an affiliated researcher at Mid-Sweden University and visiting researcher at Institute of Education, University College London, UK. And then Niklas Fröst. Niklas Fröst is a psychologist and neuropsychologist currently working mainly with school organizations and also cognitive rehabilitation. Niklas first is a specialist in neuropsychology in 2015 and is currently teaching at the Mid-Sweden University. Niklas and Petri, we are looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we come in pairs. Yes. We're going to give you some stories about how we've been working with CAS and PASS in Sweden and with implementation. So we're going to shift the focus. It's not going to be so much about the research, but it's going to be about implementation in schools. So our background is that we're both school psychologists from the beginning. Yes. And I met Niklas when I was working as a school psychologist in Östersund, up in the mid-Sweden area. And then after a number of years, we got the contact with Gunvor and Morten and got the opportunity to work with PASS and CAS, a great opportunity, fantastic inspiration, and we met Jack and Kathleen in Stockholm, and so on. So it has been a really fantastic journey to learn how to implement and use the theory and the instruments in Sweden.
Okay, we have seen a lot of nice pictures of beaches and palm trees. So this is my and Petri's socio-cultural perspective. There's a beach here. Unfortunately, it's buried under 2 feet of ice. But to survive in this environment, you need intelligence, but foremost, you need cognitive functions. Yes. Another perspective is that you need inclusive environment. If you're excluded here, you're dead. Okay. So thank you, Gunvor and Morten, for including us in this great room. And we'll do our best. And with teamwork, we can learn and grow this magnificent theory. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so just to give you a timeline about what we have been doing in Sweden, we released together with Gunvor and Morten, CAS 1 was released 2011, so it's plus 10 years, 11 years since we established it in Sweden. We did, of course, give, and we still give the certification courses for psychologists. So we have a number, we haven't counted, but we have a big number of mainly school psychologists in Sweden who have undergone the certification course and use CAS regularly. We also have clinical psychologists, a number of clinical psychologists from neuropsychological assessment centers and child psychiatry units who also use the CAS in assessment. And then, of course, as Gunvor told, the PASS project, 2016-2018, we did the data gathering in the PASS project and had a lot of interested special education teachers and psychologists. So we broadened the perspective 2016 to include special education teachers, and we also thought about how can school psychologists and special education teachers cooperate using the PASS theory. So that has been an idea that we have had in our work with implementation. And then 2018, I think it was, we released the Swedish versions of CAS 2 and CAS 2 rating scale. And then we also started annual courses for special education teachers in CAS 2 rating scale. And we actually have a number of speech and language pathologists also who are very interested in the PASS theory and in CAS because they have a lot of luria. When they study at the universities, they also encounter the luria theory. So they have been very curious about the PASS theory as well. And for a couple of years ago, I had a mission for the National Agency for Education. So people at the agency were also curious about the PASS theory. So I wrote a report about college students' study strategies, and I introduced also the PASS theory in that context. So this is basically what we have been doing, and we're going to talk about the last thing that we're working with. We are having a strategy where we want to implement PASS theory at 3 levels. We want to work with whole municipalities, but we also work a lot with student health centers, the multi-professional teams of psychologists, special education teachers, etc. But we also work with individual schools around the country. Just to give you a background about the Swedish system, so you understand the context that we are working in, because the context is important to understand when you think about implementation. Where are we working? I think it might be quite similar to many systems in European countries, in Norway, and in the States as well. We have a 3-tiered system in Sweden. We have tier 1, which is working with universal interventions or universal promotion. That is, we have a mission in the Swedish school to work with differentiated and individualized support to all children in an inclusive school environment. So the question is, what can we do in the classroom and in the whole school, so to say, a promotion perspective. And then we have tier 2, which is about prevention, when we have identified students or children, pupils that have risk factors in their backpack, so to say. And we have a system that requires schools to give adjustments or adaptations in an inclusive classroom environment, or temporary intensified support in proximity of classroom. And then we have the 3rd level, which is the most intensive interventions, prolonged and intensified support to children with special educational needs. And that might be assisting inside the classroom. You can still have an inclusive perspective, but it might also lead to support outside classroom. We have a few special schools in Sweden. It might also be such a solution. It might also be a reduced curriculum, which I think is problematic in some ways. But that's another topic, I think. Yep. Okay. Some research, we have published so far 2 studies in Sweden that involves PASS. One of the studies is about fluid reasoning, working memory, and planning ability in assessment of risk for mathematical difficulties. And we especially wanted to use special education teachers and psychologists' everyday assessments of working, closely connected to academic achievement. And we found out that, of course, fluid reasoning and working memory are important predictors of risk for mathematical difficulties. But when we contrasted these with planning ability, it showed that planning ability was the paramount important factor that contributed to risk of mathematical difficulties. And if you broaden that to the school system in Sweden, you could interpret that it's about us expecting children to solve a lot of mathematical problems that especially require planning ability. Another study that we presented at the conference just 2 years ago at the early conference in London was a first exploration of the PASS data in Sweden. And we looked at how children at the 3 levels, the 3 tiers, how their PASS processes are profiled, so to say. And it's not a surprise that we saw that children at tier 2 have challenges all across all 4 PASS processes. And compared to tier 3, of course, even more challenges regarding the PASS processes. But there was one process that was particularly challenged, and that was, once again, planning ability. So planning is really interesting to think about how come that planning ability is so predominant as a risk factor in the Swedish school system. And if we want to flip the discussion to a promotion perspective, the question is, how can we support planning in everyday learning, in the instruction, in the design of lessons, instructional design. So this is a topic that particularly interests me. We also have upcoming analysis and future studies where we actually have academic achievement data for Swedish kids. And I think it was George who said that it's important to, we should look at academic achievement as well. So we have data on academic achievement in maths and language, Swedish language, from the national curriculum tests in the Swedish school. So we are hoping to publish these data future on. Okay, so, and just shortly, like a model in order to try to implement PASS theory and PASS research into everyday the environment of the school, we have used like a three-circle model. We are interested in how PASS processes contribute and how PASS processes are taxed by how the knowledge content is formulated in national curriculums, our goals. So we can use the classical taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy. We can talk about how factual knowledge requires different types of processing, PASS processing. We can talk about the conceptual knowledge, the procedural knowledge, and also the metacognitive knowledge. The Swedish national curriculum is designed according these four types of knowledge. So, and I mean, you can read the PASS processes into this type of knowledge content. But we are also interested in how instructional design can be understood in terms of PASS processes. And finally, also look at the broader learning environment. What can make children distracted? What helps children to regulate, for example, their attention in the learning environment? So this is like an ecological or environmental model of how we could understand the interplay between PASS processes and different levels in the learning context. Okay, so with this in mind, just to give you a short context about assessment and interventions, in Sweden it's mandatory that each school has access to a multidisciplinary team. So this is the starting point in Sweden. Every school has to have access to psychologists, special education teachers, social workers, and medical staff, school nurses. And we have different assessment traditions in Sweden. We have both a more clinically oriented assessment tradition, focusing on diagnosis, medical diagnosis, but we also have another assessment tradition that is more instructional. The question is, how can assessment contribute to intervention in education and in instruction? And it's a more process-oriented and less diagnostically focused tradition. So the Shakespeare citation is to test or not to test. This is something that school psychologists have struggled with. When do you do the testing and the assessment, and when do you use your time in other ways to find the balance? In Sweden also, there are a number of trends, educational trends, that we also want to communicate with. So we talk a lot about differentiated instruction. That means the idea that we should differentiate the instruction in the ordinary classroom. We also talk about accessibility and participation. How can children with different levels of abilities or functioning still participate in the inclusive classroom and inclusive school? And also trending is like universal design, for example. Of course, all these topics refer to inclusion in some way. So this is the context where we are trying to implement the PASS theory and CAS.
Okay, so a brief note about the challenges. I talked to Ole, my colleague in Norway, and I think the challenges are quite the same in Norway. Please give me feedback if you are further ahead than us. But as you all know, testing and assessment is time-consuming, and we have a broad mission as school psychologists, and we have to choose. Work with prevention, Tier 2, or health promotion, Tier 1, or assessment. And that's a really big debate in Sweden right now. Are we going to test or not, and why? We have a big problem in Sweden with the clinical assessment services, like child psychiatry, are really under a lot of stress. They're up to 2 to 3 years of waiting for ADHD diagnosis. And that shifts the focus to the school psychologist to screen and also assess the neuropsychiatric diagnosis. And we also get a lot of pressures from schools to shift focus to a pathological view of work. So that's something that we struggle with, and we want to be in the other area, intervention and instruction focus. So we also have a mandatory obligation to test and diagnose intellectual disabilities, and we have to do that. We can't pass that because it's also a state regulation. So we have to have that focus too, and that's something that takes time away from another way of testing. Sadly, we have broad and kind of fuzzy boundaries for our mission in the Swedish school system. And what we lack is evidence-based intervention and a clear view of what we're going to do. I don't know if it's the same in Norway, maybe.
It's the same.
It's the same, okay.
Yeah, very much.
Okay. So I can't move here and get rid of this problem. No. Okay. One thing we struggle with is also the lack of a shared theory for learning and learning difficulties, to work together with the teachers and special ed teachers. And we need more evidence-based interventions. So my heart was very warm and fuzzy yesterday when I listened to Timothy and his research. It's a really good start. So back to our goals with implementation of the PASS-teorien CAS2. We want to implement it in all the 3 levels, in classroom, outside the classroom, and in the direct work with children with learning disabilities, all the 3 different levels. And we want to broaden the perspective as school psychologists, not to use it just in assessment situations, but have it as a total theory for learning in schools, which we lack today. And as Petri said, we are working hard to align the use of PASS in the natural curriculum goals also. So a top to bottom strategy here. And this means we can have PASS as a tool for conceptual change, a new knowledge in teachers, and knowledge together with the teachers as school psychologists, which brings us to new understanding of learning processes of the students. Petri?
Oh, yeah. This is great. we get a little rest and then you start. So we've been philosophizing about what strategies we are using, and one strategy is to implement is the kind of bottom-up strategy. We call it to flip the process. We look at what special education teachers and teachers do today, because of course they do a lot of things. And teachers and special education teachers do a lot of good things also. But we are looking at what are they using for tools, how do they work with the instruction, and we are trying to interpret good things and less good things and try to understand them with the PASS theory in mind. So, for example, how does a teacher design the lesson plan, for example? I mean, it's about planning. It's about expecting children to plan, and it's about planning a structure for the lesson, for example. Or we can look at the types of tools, special educational tools. Can we see that some of those tools are good for some of the processes according to PASS? Obviously, a working schedule or a working plan is a good external tool to support internal planning processes, for example. So this is the philosophy, to try to look at what is done already and see. And this is a very creative work, because our special education teachers that we have trained in PASS, they are very creative. They see the connections. I have this material. It's perfect because it's very similar to this type of process. So this is, for example, good in order to enhance conceptual knowledge. It's a lot about simultaneous processing, for example. So we're building a library, kind of, and you're going to talk about the work in one of the schools as a more concrete example of that. So obviously, cooperation with school psychologists, special education teachers, and we could add also the teachers themselves. So like a three-part cooperation, instead of specialists coming to tell the people how to do things. That doesn't work. We need to start the thinking together. Then there is a top-down strategy, and that's, of course, the courses we give and the way we train people around Sweden. We give these general PASS courses, certification courses. But we also give lectures and process-oriented courses for teachers at schools, where we introduce the PASS theory and discuss with them, because we want even the teachers to become familiar in how they can think with the PASS lenses in their everyday planning of instruction in the classrooms. And of course, as we have said, it's important to connect, because Swedish school is very focused on national curriculum goals and assessments. So it's important to connect the PASS theory, show that it contributes with an understanding of how PASS processes are embedded in the national curriculum goals. So, Niklas,
yes.
An example of a school.
Yes. Okay. This example, I'm going to base it on 20 years of failures as a school psychologist. Failure to reach out with my mission and my sentences for the teachers to change their work. So, but it's also personal in a way that I have two sisters. One is a headmaster and one is a special ed teacher. And even at home, they don't leave me alone. They bombard me with how we fail as school psychologists. So, yeah, I had a rough life. That's why I look so old. So, okay. And I also worked really, really hard as a school psychologist for 10 years. And then I shifted focus to become a neuropsychologist. And I studied really hard for 10 years, the living brain and the brain of deceased and everything between. And I read everything about Lurias and Lurias theory. But it didn't help me in the work with the teacher. I had to flip it around. So that's the example I'm going to give. How did I think to flip it around, to reach out? And it's also a connection to Alle that sent the message yesterday, a question, digital question. How do I get the teachers on board with my thinking? So I hope I can show you a little bit of that work. Okay, so School A. It's a preschool to year 9. It's quite a large school for the Swedish environment, almost 500 students. And in this school, we had perspective or categorical perspective. A lot of students were excluded from classrooms, and a lot of work was done by the 2 special ed teachers working directly with kids. Math problems and reading and spelling and so forth. And we had to break this because the small paths got wider and wider out from the classroom to the special ed teachers. We had to figure out the way to break that pattern. So our goal was to enhance collaborative work with teachers, and we wanted to create a common language and thinking together about learning difficulties. And we wanted to support the teachers changing from excluding to including students with learning difficulties. And we saw that they lacked concrete methods to help the kids in the classroom. So that was our main goals. So at the initiation phase, we started with a work group. It was the 2 special ed teachers and the school psychologists. And we worked for about a year, collecting and researching what the teachers was already using in classroom. As Petri said, the special ed had great tools, but they use it sometimes in the wrong situations. And that's what we was trying to figure out, what they were using. And we had a reference group with the 3 most experienced teachers in this school that gave us feedback and helped to fill our knowledge about intervention and instruction. And also an important part they helped us with was to use the teacher's language, not the psychology language or the neuropsychology language, the teacher's language. It was really important. So we had to mixture a little bit, Jack, with your PASS theory to help them explain for the teachers. Yes, some specific goals was we wanted it to be easy to use in classroom, not a long way or long meetings. You should be able to use it directly. And the focus on the methods and instructions was already existing in the schools. Easy to use. But we also wanted the interventions to be structured and scientific. Don't use all of the tools at once or at the same time. Use it in a methodological way and a scientific approach. So after the year with collecting and sorting the instructions, we met every teacher team and we had a lecture. Actually, we took it down to around 40-45 minutes of explaining the PASS theory, and it's enough. That says a lot about the theory. It's so easy to use, and it's really close to the teacher's thinking. So it's kind of amazing that you can reach out with this theory of the brain, the most complex thing, in 45 minutes. We also went through with the teacher team the CAS2 rating scale, and we had a lot of focus on discussion to try to be even closer together from a psychologist's perspective and the teacher's perspective. We also created a digital hub where you had the presentation of the PASS theory as a video. We listed all the intervention out of the PASS, easy to use and search what functions for the different students. And there were also links and videos from YouTube for explanation if there was some specific intervention or instruction that they wasn't so familiar with. And during the first year of implementation, we had a lot of follow-ups and supervision, and all the teacher team had to choose one student to follow with the CAS2 rating scale, and we gave them feedback on their work. So that was a way to start the work for the teachers to use new tools and a new way of thinking. So the working order is that the teacher first use in classroom for all the students the thinking of the PASS theory and analyze the strengths and the weaknesses. And they don't have to do a rating scale in the first. They just use the theory to start working and differentiate their teaching. This is an example of the structured work. We wanted them to work for 4 weeks before they invited the special ed to evaluate their work, and that gives a good ground for further works. And then just in the second step, the teacher and the special ed screens with the CAS2 rating scale for more specified analysis of the PASS profile. And in the second stage, they also work focused for 4 weeks before evaluating. And only in the third step, the school psychologist comes in and do the CAS2 as an assessment process. Yesterday, a very wise man said, PASS profile and instruction must fit for progress. So, outcome after 3 years. PASS profile and PASS instruction fits. So, and the result was the digital hub is expanding. We're filling up with new instructions and interventions, but we want to do it in a structured way. So it goes through the special ed teachers to really evaluate it and see if it fits with the PASS theory. One thing that is quite noticeable is when I meet a teacher in my school, we have a common language. We can start directly talking about a specific student. And one fantastic thing is that the teachers have more self-confidence and they intervene in an earlier stage. They have more tools. And the best thing for me, fewer students are excluded. Okay. So, one thing Jack said yesterday, also referring to Frankie, I think, the case, that the pivotal moment was the motivation that came from understanding his own problems. I could say the same with the teachers. The motivation to start using new tools is when they understand. So, really important. Both for the students and also for the teachers. Okay. Thank you for listening to this example.
A great example. So, what Niklas is actually describing is partly this. Teachers develop a deeper understanding in interpreting the role of underlying abilities or processes and not only subject achievement, academic achievement. They start to think about how come and a deeper understanding of learning processes in the classroom. And also, as you described, increased ability to detect and intervene at an early stage in classroom. And that's prevention. That's one of the questions in Sweden all the schools ask themselves, how can we work more with prevention? So this is partly a question, to work in such a structured way as we have done in a number of schools. And we haven't gathered data, so this is of course anecdotal in some aspect, but we are convinced we see this trend with fewer requests for school psychological assessments and less exclusion, for example. We also see, and this has been very clear from the beginning, that we see improved cooperation, teacher, special education teacher, and school psychologist when they use PASS as a common ground. So it's less of this, okay, the psychologist was here telling us about some results from a cognitive assessment. How are we going to do that? I don't have the resources, and so on. So we see much more of a team building between the parties here. And we see a great interest in PASS in Sweden. The last years, many schools are interested, and also our agencies, I think, are interested in how we can understand children's learning with the help of PASS.
Okay, some final notes and dilemmas. We want to reach out to a lot of schools, but we have some dilemmas. There are many processes competing in schools, and we fight with that, how to take the place and the room in the schools. Implementation requires persistent and long-term planning, so that's a real big issue. We have staff turnover, and it's accelerating, I think. Without data, the feeling is that key actors and gatekeepers, principals, special ed teachers, psychologists, and even teachers, it's a large rate of staff turnover that complicates this. One thing that you can, if you're not really careful when implementation, the teachers can perceive PASS theory as something extra or different compared to the traditional teaching role. So how can we step over to this perspective? Okay.
Yeah.
Morten?
That's it.
Okay, with the time.
Woo.
Thank you.
Okay, please feel free to ask questions. Maybe there's online or in the room.
Let's take the online questions first. Yeah.
The question is from Ole, and he says, oh, can I read the Swedish version first, please? Jag har kommit på 2 frågor och de kanske kan svara av Niklas eller Petri eller kanske Jack. Det første frågan om motivasjon. Det et perspektiv som passer inn I modellen? Is there a perspective that's connecting to the model?
So the question was about motivation.
Motivation, yes.
Yeah, how does the concept of motivation fit into the model? I'm not sure if he means, does he mean the PASS theory, or does he mean the implementation, or?
I think it's the PASS theory. He has a new question too. Maybe I could read that at the same time.
Can I just
Jack.
say that I think Nicholas answered that question, right? Because when you understand, you're more motivated to act. Right, Nicholas? That's what you were saying?
Yes, for sure.
We must make sure Ola can hear the answer.
Oh, sorry. So I think that Nicholas answered this question about motivation, because with motivation comes with understanding, was your statement. I think that's a wonderful statement, because once you understand yourself better, then that gives you hope. And hope means you'll act. And that's what PASS allows.
Oh, now it's a tough question here.
Oh.
Let the Swedes translate the Swedish.
The second question is if the PASS theory should be a part of the regular teacher training, or if it's more important as part of the support staff's toolbox, special education teachers and psychologists. I would say yes on both questions. So I think it's a good idea that teachers in an early stage get an introduction. Kathleen might have,
Kathleen should answer that question.
Absolutely, and you'll learn more about my background this afternoon, but I'm a teacher, and the more teachers understand about the brain, I mean, we teach kids' brains, so we have all this neuroscience and cognitive science out there, and we have to find understandable ways, like you're doing, for teachers to understand. And the more they understand, the more it'll impact their instruction, whether they're special education teachers or science teachers or math teachers, you know. And that's exciting. Teachers, it's interesting for the kids and the teachers to learn about their brains.
A short follow-up. I think also it's important to not get the package that's introduced to the schools. You have to do the work together with the teachers in collaboration. That's, I think, an important part. So just a small note.
And we can add also that a strategy is to also have principals on board, because they give the mandate for this kind of work. So we've also been talking a lot about the importance of finding policymakers at the municipalities and principals, and having short lectures for them about this, as well as we talk with the teachers.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes.
Are you going to ask a question?
Yeah, short one. Yeah, perfect.
I just want to add one thing. Kathleen and I have for many years done a week-long seminar for teachers on PASS. And the one thing that always sticks in my mind is when we were told, after that week, it changed my understanding of what it means to be a teacher and how people learn, right? That's what teachers told us. There were no psychologists in the audience. It was all teachers. And it really made a big impact.
And that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris, for letting me jump in there.
You're welcome. First of all, thank you very much for delivering such an interesting talk on the implementation of the PASS theory in Swedish schools. And I think in Norway we face a lot of the same obstacles or challenges that we need to work through, because we see the value when teachers, when children understand themselves and the processes going on, that they're not stupid, that they can actually get training, they can get help, they can learn strategies to be able to achieve. It's really important in these days, I think. I was wondering, how did you reach out to the single schools, or how did you start? Because I see what's kind of a challenge, especially in our fields, in the pedagogical psychological counseling services in Norway, is to deliver this message, or to share this message about the PASS theory. Did you reach out to policymakers, or was it single schools or the educational system at first, or where did you start that process? Because in Norway, it's some places they have heard about PASS and CAS too, but I think it's kind of random who works with it and who does not. It's
Can I start? Yes. I think that it's difficult to say what did we do all the way, but I think that in Sweden we have special education teachers who are at centers like yours you're working at, but we also have special education teachers who work locally in the schools. And I think that when those local special education teachers are curious about PASS, they can work more near the staff at the schools. And that has been successful because they have maybe presented the PASS theory shortly and invited us to work with them, and teachers have become curious and so on. So I think that the strategy is to be near in some ways. And the central people who work at the central centers have a challenge because you have many schools often, so you need to find a strategy to come near the teachers and create curiosity.
Very shortly, Morten. I also think one example is when we have the certification courses, we merge the special ed and the psychologists together in the last half day to talk about the implementation. What can I do when I come back to my own school? So it's a grassroots movement in one way. But you have to have help. You can't do it by your own. So, and the question was, how can I do? And then me and Petri, we can fill it in and help them with the structure and so on. But the question has to come from the special ed and the psychologist.
We have a question from Eva, who is a principal. As a regular teacher, to understand PASS is also connected to getting increased knowledge about your own profession. And I think that Jack was talking about that it changes your understanding of your profession. So it's not something external to your profession. It's not something extra that we talked about. It's a part of the profession. But she also writes something that we didn't mention, that PASS creates a common language or common concepts over the boundaries between professions. And I would agree that's an effect that we see when we work with different professions. So I think we agree on that. Yeah. It was more of a statement from Eva, but anyways. Marianne has a question also. Thanks for interesting information. I wonder, let me see here. It's in Norwegian. Evnen, abilities. Evnen, abilities. How abilities, I can't translate that. You have to help me. Pity it wasn't in Finnish, because I'm from Finland as well. But
the ability to
attention.
I'll
Okay.
She starts with, thank you for useful information. I wonder if the ability to be a part of a common attention is a factor it is taken into account in the PASS theory.
Sounds like a question to Jack, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
You can throw it back if you want.
So is this ability a part of a developmental pattern, so to say,
Is what?
is the ability to be a part of a common attention. And one way of perceiving it, at least, is when you're in a classroom, when you're part of a class, then you, quite some of the time in the classroom, you are attending to a teacher or a fellow student speaking or doing something that you are supposed to observe and take part of. So this common attention, is that related to PASS?
Yes, it's the attention part. It's the A.
It is the A. It is attention.
Yes.
It is a part of the attention, like it is described in the PASS theory. Yeah.
Can I comment on that also? I was thinking about the research on joint attention, which I think fits nicely with the PASS processes and attention in PASS, which shows that this is modeled in interaction in the early ages of preschool ages, for example. So there is quite much research on how joint attention is built up between the interaction of parents and children, but also later preschool staff and children, helping them to learn the strategy of attending and training that.
Yeah.
So joint attention, I think, is interesting,
Yeah,
really
good.
interesting.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Other questions?
My question is to you, actually. Is the Swedish system of school psychology quite the same as the Norwegian one?
I have understood what Petri and Niklas said, so I can say in most respects it's similar. Is that also your understanding? Because the school psychology services has law, kind of legal part you need to do according to the law,
Yeah.
like describing the needs of the children.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you also have this, you are going to help the system, you are going to help the schools,
Yep.
like
Yeah,
in Norway.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is a little bit different is you are more systematic in your ties.
Mhm.
We speak also about the inclusive classroom, the mainstream classroom, and the other two categories are more not so clearly defined, but to define them we sometimes use, you have like 2 or from 2 to 4 lessons a week
Okay.
with a special teacher, either in the classroom or outside the classroom, or you have more than 10.
Mm.
Like the 10 hours of support is, or 10 lessons a week of support is kind of a limit between 2 degrees of severity of problems, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Other questions? Comments? No.
Okay.
So, thank you very much, Petri and
you.
Niklas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, I have one more question. Excuse me.
I'll hide.
Oh, you're running away. Now it comes.
Yes. It's so interesting to hear about your guidance, your supervision,
Yeah.
and the structured way you do it. So my question is, do you also manage to support the school psychologists in taking over this task so that they can function in this way also and do this with the teachers in the schools they serve?
Absolutely, that's part of the work to increase their own ability to work with these things. And we work, both Niklas and I work with supervision of school psychologists and special education teachers, and that's a common topic in those supervision sessions, how they can implement the work. So absolutely.
So I think we have to invite you to Norway to also give some courses and trainings in this. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a wish to be able to take a picture of this wonderful group. So the stairs downstairs, they gives us a kind of an amphi, we say in Norway, I don't know the English term, but so that we can stand in the stairs and be visible in a picture. Okay for you? Please, now we have 5 minutes until lunchtime actually. So let's use those 5 minutes and maybe a few extra minutes to do this. Downstairs in front of the building. Da vi klar for den siste presentasjonen. Then we are ready for the last presentation in this conference. Pass theory into implementation. And Kathleen, I ask you to present yourself, please.
Thank you. So we thought we would share our own dual introduction here, so rather than have Gunvor do that. But first, let me let you know the whole PowerPoint slide is available with the QAR code. And Gunvor also said that she's going to create a page on their website where we'll make all the, hopefully all the presenters' handouts available. Okay. Okay, so you should be able to pull that up right now.
That's a big QR code.
It's perfect, right? Now, we've been challenged to see what the better place to go to is, Cyprus or Greece or Sweden, yeah, Italy, yeah, it's tough. So I'm going to like raise the ante a little bit. So if you come, we live on the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, near Washington, D.C., about 45 minutes. And so it's on a huge estuary body of water. And if you don't know this about Jack already, he's a sailor. So we call him Captain Jack. So this is the Chesapeake Bay at night, and if you come to visit us, you could go for a sail with Captain Jack. So
And you can see that the boat is very heeled over.
you can see that the boat is going very fast. So let's do a little check-in with ourselves before we get to the last session today. How are you feeling? Whoops. How are you feeling right now? There's been a lot of incoming information. New thinking going on. Are you on there? You're like, what? What? That was me when I would try to figure out what microgenetics meant yesterday. I'm like, what? And now I know because I got a good description of that. So, you know, it's this time of day in a conference and we're weary. And so we've got to get re-energized for that last session. Now, I was going to do like another breathing activity like Jack did, but I figured since it's after lunch, I'm going to have you stand up. So everybody stand up. Okay, and we're going to do some yoga. So we're going to do calming and movement. And I'm going to do this in high heels. So if I can do it in high heels, anybody can do it, George. So we're going to do something called tree pose. Some of you will know that. So lean a little bit onto your left foot. Just put a little bit of weight on there. And remember, the whole goal of yoga is to help you focus. Okay, so what we're going to, those of you online, I know that you're doing this with us as well. So I expect that you're doing some yoga. So you're going to lean on that one foot. And if you don't balance properly, that's okay. It's okay to tip over in yoga. So you're going to put your leg not up there. And if you can do it all the way up, that's fine. But right here. And then you're going to put your hand in that namaste pose. Ooh, you might tip. And then when you feel, or if you feel comfortable, you can grow the branches on your tree. Right? And breathe. Are you breathing? Oh, this is great. You're good. Okay, and then bring it in. It's got a whole lot of past skills going on here, right? And you can come down, and you always do the other side, of course. So lean a little bit on your right leg. And then bring your knee up. A little harder on one side than the other. First, you start here. Okay, when you're breathing and you feel comfortable or you're not tipping, then you grow the branches on your tree. And breathe. Come back in and bring your foot down. Namaste. It's all thinking, ready to think and learn together. So we see, I don't know about you, but we see so many anxious and depressed kids in our schools nowadays. And taking just a minute like that to do something that's mindful, that helps them learn to self-regulate, is really an important skill to have in their PASS toolkit. So you're going to tell a story.
Do I have a visual to go with it?
You will. You have to change the slide.
Is that how it works?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Kathleen and I often talk about the children that we evaluate or we've experienced over the years. And one day I told her about this girl. As I said to you before, the image is never the person, but her name is not really Julia, but she was an adolescent girl who I was asked to evaluate because she was in trouble with everybody, at home and at school. They thought maybe she was oppositional, defiant disorder. She wouldn't do what she was supposed to do. She wouldn't do what she was told. She was punished for not doing what she was supposed to do. And when I evaluated her, of course, I gave her the CAS, right? Because I want to understand her thinking, right? I want to understand how she thinks to learn, how she copes with life, what kind of thinking does she use. And look what I found. Okay, good on simultaneous, good attention, good successive, not good in planning. And what it struck me was this is the intersection of cognition and what you might call personality. Because the thing was, she wasn't oppositional, defiant. She could only do things in the one way that she did them, even if she got punished for it, because she just intellectually couldn't take that step. Oh, I did this, and it didn't give me what I wanted, but I can't think of anything else to do, regardless of all the pressures that was put on her. And of course, this is the kind of scenario that's critically important for parents to understand. It's not that she won't listen to you, it's that she can't change. And the only way to manage that is to bring the person to the place where they can be self-reflective and begin, even in small little ways, of coming up with new solutions. And we'll come back to this when we talk about LD ADHD students and the research that I've done. But this case is so very important because it illustrates how when you understand from a PASS perspective, it has a lot of implications. Not just LD or not, but it has a lot of implications for the person as a person. We think of you might think of it as the social and emotional aspect of the person.
So important, that she's judged under what we actually know about her and not, Timo, so you were talking about the, what do you call it, the external, you use so many words. The idea that we judge them from what we see outside, but we don't know what's going on inside, right?
But we can know.
But now we have ways to know.
Yeah.
So, and children live up to what we believe about them, right? So as we've heard with so many of these case stories, if we see a kid in a certain way and that's how we approach them, we could be very, very, very wrong. And how will the child live up to that? So I want to tell you just a little bit about my background and our goal today. So our goal today is to weave the theory of PASS and the results of CAS scores in ways that, in intervention plans that can be used by real teachers and real specialists in real classrooms working together with school psychologists under what you said so beautifully, the power of a common language and a common understanding. And it's been so fun. My brain is expanded from listening to all the incredible research that you've shared over these past days. I will be pondering. I love to learn about the research. Ultimately, this needs to be for the kids, and what do we do for the kids? So let me just learn a little. We've learned about you. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about me, but let's get you moving again. So you have to make a decision here. You have to use your prefrontal cortex and make a choice. Who are you? Do you prefer Italian or Greek? Stand up if you prefer Italian. Food.
Food.
Not people.
Food.
Food. I should have specified.
I was wondering what you were talking about there, Kathleen.
Okay. Italian, okay. And stand up if you prefer Greek. Yeah.
What a
It was
surprise.
actually about half and half. So, okay. Ski or swim? You prefer to ski?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nicholas is very...
See, this is very cultural. You prefer to swim.
Yeah. Cyprus, of course.
Do you prefer to read fiction or nonfiction? So stand-up fiction. Yeah, look at all these scientists. Yeah. Yeah, nonfiction. You can stand for both on this one. Yeah. Okay, and I'm getting there, just wait. Do you prefer to wear exercise shoes or slippers? Exercise shoes for athletes. Okay, slippers. Oh, you are so slippers, Christina. Yes, you are.
I only wear the slippers if they're pink.
This is a trick question. The whisk or the cast? Okay, I will make you respond. Just to tell you a little bit about my background and how we interconnected here, I am a teacher. I'm a teacher all my career. So I have taught at all grade levels, primary and secondary, middle school that we call. I started out as an English teacher for middle school students, and I had so many students that didn't learn like other kids. I said, if I'm going to work with their brains, I have to understand how their brains work. So I went back and got my special education certification and became really fascinated with the brain and how the brain learns. And we didn't know so much back then, which has been so exciting. So I became a special education teacher, and then they asked me to coordinate the gifted program in my district. So there were a couple years where I was the special ed teacher half the day and the gifted coordinator the other half of the day.
Both ends of the distribution.
Learned a lot about differentiating instruction, right? And I've also worked with multicultural learners. I'm a first-generation American myself from Poland and Scotland. And I've worked in bilingual schools in Detroit, Michigan, and in Portugal. I taught in Portugal. And I've also, a little bit crazy, spent 3 years working in juvenile corrections. So I worked with boys who were criminal sex offenders, and I taught everything, science, social studies, math. And I am now what I call a bridge person. I am geeky about listening to everything you've been saying about the brain, and then looking at, so now what? This is awesome, but now what? And so my belief is that if we enrich our minds with the amazing things we're learning today and these last 2 days, and we take that back to our colleagues, then we stay inspired and excited, and students can stay inspired. So with that in mind, I went to present at a conference called Learning in the Brain Conference in Washington, D.C. And I'm sitting next to a gentleman that I know nothing about whatsoever, because I'm a teacher, right? But he's very charming, and he's very interesting. And before the end of the dinner, he says, would you like to skip the conference tomorrow and go sailing? To which I said, resounding, yeah. So both of us were speaking the following day. So we skip and we go sailing. And so we haven't seen each other speak, but he's quite charming. And that night after dinner, before I go sailing, I'm like, I'm going to Google him. So I've never heard of Jack Naglieri. I go and Google him, and I'm like, oh, shit. He's a rock star. I had no idea. So now I'm all nervous. But then we had a wonderful time, and then I go to see him present. I knew nothing about PASS theory. I did know he was charming. But I always say that I fell in love with his theory before I fell in love with him. It's true. Because the first time I heard it, I went, the person in me that has done all this kind of teaching saw how it would impact gifted kids and kids with special needs and kids that had committed crimes. And I'm like, this is big. And it's big because I can explain it to the kids, and I can explain it to the teachers, and I can explain it to the parents. And I still get goosebumps, when I hear all of you talking about it. So we met at the Learning in the Brain conference and in 2013, and then in 2014, we got married. So I think everyone knows that by now. So we get to talk about this geeky stuff all the time. And you saw Jack's website. I also have a website that you can go to get free resources and materials. So we're going to be thinking and learning together in the time that we have. And because I'm a teacher, we're going to do it in a teacher way, okay? So that means we're going to have you actively engaged in using your planning skills, your sequential processing, your simultaneous, and your attention. Because we know that in most classrooms, only 20% of the kids do 80% of the thinking and talking. So I want to set it up so that we hear from all of you. So this is going to be a think smart classroom where we use all the PASS skills and how we learn. And I'm going to be doing movement, and I'm going to tell you why, not because it's cutesy or fun, but it actually releases a neurotransmitter called acetylcholine, which aids in the planting and retrieving of memory. So not just for kids, but for adults, movement helps cement learning. So be expecting that. And just let me set up a couple quick routines and procedures. We did that mindful moment. And then I forgot my chime. So when you're talking and I want you to come back to me, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Oh, no, I want to do a different one. I'm going to say waterfall, and then you're all going to say shh. Okay, ready? Let's try it. Waterfall, shh. Oh, perfect. Perfecto. And then you're going to have some talk partners, okay? So let's set up your talk partners. Find 1 or 2 people, not your whole table, 1 or 2 people next to you that you're going to share with. So quickly just say, will you be my talk partner? Okay, waterfall. Oh, you're so good. So take 2 minutes, 2 minutes with your partners, and share what is something that you've learned in these past few days that's going to change what you do, that has changed you. You won't go back and be the same. So talk for 2 minutes, take turns. I know. Seconds. Okay. Oops. Waterfall. Beautiful. I know you need lots more time than 2 minutes to process your thinking, but notice when I give you time to do that, what is the primary PASS category that you're working on when you pull all those ideas together and share? Simultaneous processing, right? So giving kids time in the classroom to think and talk taps into their simultaneous processing. So we have all this past data, now what? That's what we're going to look at the rest of the time we're here. And I want to build a foundation. Jack's going to be sharing caseloads, and I'm going to be looking at strategies. But I want to give you some foundations, because like Nicholas and Petro were saying, there has to be things that all teachers know how to use, that are good for all kids. And so I'm going to share a few of those big ones with you, and I call them good frigging teaching strategies. They're good for the brain. They work for all kids. And very important, because we're going to show you this PASS protocol that we've created for once you have CAS data, how do you work with the student themselves? So, and the parents. So first you want to help the child understand their strengths and their challenges. So you want to be what I'm going to teach you as intentional and transparent. Joel? Your favorite part, right? And we're going to talk about how kids, we also need to help them. We talked about motivation. One of the online people asked about motivation. That's going to be their mindsets and their persistence that we need to also focus on. And then how are we going to build those metacognitive strategies based on their strengths and based on their challenges? How are we going to model and scaffold instruction if needed? And then we want to encourage that independence or self-efficacy and self-assessment. So we'll show you some cases where we walk them through that, but there's some terminology in here I need to make sure you're familiar with.
1 second.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Look at the first step in intervention. Inform the student. We don't usually do that. But if you think about it, the student's perception is going to influence the extent to which any intervention you give is likely to work.
And I just want to add before I forget that I was the teacher and the special ed teacher that you psychologists came to with all your psychobabble about kids. And you would go through your whole thing and then you'd say, oh yeah, he has trouble in reading. I'm like, I already know he has trouble in reading. You're not helping me know what to do about that. So this takes us to the next level. So key terminology, like microgenetics, only easier. I'm teasing you, Timos. And that is when you teach, when you work with kids and they're understanding their brain, you want to be intentional and transparent. So when you're intentional, you know why you're doing what you're doing. You have the foundation of brain research and brain science, as we've been doing this through this time. But if you want to take it to the truly metacognitive level, then you want to be transparent. And when you're transparent, the students know why you're doing what you're doing. So we bring them in on the journey with us, which is phenomenally powerful. It changes everything about the way you work with children. And they can do way more than we think they can, starting at way younger ages. Okay, so I want you to remember this forever, so I'm going to just do a quick little thing to help you lock it into your brain. So with some repetition and choral chanting. So I won't make you stand up this time, but we're going to say 3 times. Chris wants to stand up. So Chris said we're doing this standing up. And you can always wiggle when you're standing up. Ready? So we're going to say intentional is I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Transparent is they know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Ready? Intentional is I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Transparent is they know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I hope you're doing this at home 2 more times. Intentional is I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Transparent is they know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Can you do it on your own? Ready? Intentional is
I know why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Transparent is
They know why I'm doing what I'm doing.
woohoo, beautiful. Gradual release of responsibility. And so if I'm having children do things like this, and adults, I'm not going to just do the cute thing. I'm going to be transparent. I'm going to say the brain needs to repeat to remember. Okay, it needs to repeat to remember. So every student I work with knows that we do fun repetition things to make information stick in our brain. And then I want to talk about what I call the winning formula for success for working with students and with PASS. And again, it comes back to that idea first of mindsets and persistence. So if you're familiar with any of Carol Dweck's work or any of the people that are talking about resilience and persistence and motivation, we need to work with students' mindsets. Because if they don't believe in themselves and they don't believe they can, then it's hard to get them to learn the strategies. right? And we've all had students that were like, oh, I can do anything, good mindset, no strategies, right? Or the student that could learn the strategies but doesn't believe that they could learn the strategies. So we don't want to just work with the academics, we want to work with that internal mechanism of self-reflection and self-belief. So if we look at the research, we know that it's mindsets plus skill sets that will equal results. And so what I want to teach kids, and I do day-long workshops on these things, so you're getting the crash course, is that I love this book, Change Your Words, Change Your Brain. And what we know is that a single word has the power to influence the expression of genes on emotional stress. Positive words can actually strengthen your frontal lobe. So every time we repeat those negative words, that's what we shape in our neural connections. And when we say those negative words, it stimulates the amygdala and releases hormones and neurotransmitters that interrupt brain function. So we can't leave out that motivational, internal, and I teach this to kids. What you say changes the chemistry in your brain, intentional and transparent, right? It's not just cute rah-rah. And I love Ellen Langer's way of saying this with students. She said, not I can't, but how can I? Right? There's planning and metacognition. So this works beautifully with Jack's learning curve that he shared the other day. I love this, one of my favorite slides of Jack's, because all students need to know that when you learn anything new, it's going to be hard. No matter how smart you are, you're learning something new, you're going to really use that frontal lobe, and PASS at a really high rate. But with practice, 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 you said that too, Dimitra, practice, 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 you can start to make that new thing a skill, where you don't have to use those past skills as deeply. So I teach that to kids as well. Practice, practice, practice makes your brain strong. And I also want them to know with their mindsets how important it is to make mistakes and to learn from your mistakes. Whereas to us as well, as we learn to do these things, it's awkward and clunky to do research. It's an imperfect process. So we want to share with kids what happens in their brains and share with parents as well that this is an ongoing process, that your child, if they practice, it's not that they can't change things, they have to learn from those mistakes. Okay, this comes from a great website, it's on math actually, a math website about math mindsets called U-Cubed. They got lots of goodies on there for you. Okay, so I just taught you a lot of things right now for you to process. So I'd like you to talk at your table, and you can also write or draw as you talk. What are 3 things you just learned that stood out? In 2 ways the ideas maybe changed or pushed your thinking, and do you have a question? Okay, so 2 minutes. Watermelon. Great.
That's what you're supposed to say.
Waterfall. I was
Yeah, you
thinking
said
watermelon.
watermelon. I
Yeah,
was like, what the
darn. You know what I'm thinking about.
It was a close approximation. That's why I responded.
Again, frequent opportunities for people to self-reflect, right? And protocols to help them do that kind of self-reflection will help with all the PASS skills, right? What to focus on, what to plan for, how to get to metacognitive questions that you still have. And the more it's collaborative with other people, the safer it feels to share and ask questions, right? Timos just shared an awesome site called Menti, MENTI, is that right? .com? It's sort of like Poll Everywhere if you've used that before. We could have done this online. So we could have had you type in your responses with Menti, and they would have showed up on our screen. It's a really cool program. Okay, so I promised I would get Jack back to you as soon as possible here. So
You're off topic, honey. You're off topic.
I'm offering a really cool program. So, you know, you talk about inclusion and differentiation. This framework, I'm just going to offer you to think about. Nicholas, you have a book that talks about it that I gave you today. So when you plan lessons for inclusion, you want to think about these 3 places where you can include where you can differentiate your instruction, depending on what a kid needs. So you can differentiate what I call the chunk or the input, and that's when students are acquiring the new information. So when you think about where they're struggling, if it's with simultaneous processing and they can't get that chunk, maybe you need to add a picture to help them understand the chunk, right? Or if you have a gifted child, that might be more advanced, what they need for the information that's coming in. And then you can also differentiate for the chew of the lesson. So you teach a chunk, and then you give them time to chew on it. And the chewing is where the learning is happening. So there, again, if you know a student's PASS profile, you can be looking at them and saying, if they're not getting it, what is another way I could offer that information based on what I know about them that might work for them? That's already in my toolkit, because I do have, as a teacher, a good toolkit. But with that brain understanding, I can apply it more strategically. Make sense? And then the check is how they show us what they know. So in that way, that's the formative ongoing assessment, self-assessment, and then the assessment after the learning to see if they learned what they need to learn, right? So we teach a chunk, we have them chew on it, and maybe another chunk and chew, and another chunk and chew, and then we check. And we differentiate in that lesson planning. So whenever I teach, even with you, I'm designing a chunk, and then I'm going to have you chew on it by talking or drawing, and then I'm going to check in different ways, right? And that is a wonderful framework to teach yourselves and educators to keep them differentiating for all different learners. So just a thing to remember it by is that for every 10 minutes you teach something new, the brain needs 1 or 2 minutes to chew. You know I'm going to have you say this with me, and then we're going to move on. For every 10 minutes you teach something new, the brain needs 1 or 2 minutes to chew. Okay, one more time. For every 10 minutes you teach something new, the brain needs 1 or 2 minutes to chew. Okay, the brain, why am I doing this? What does the brain need? It needs to repeat to remember. Right. And so when you start looking at all hazy-gazy at me, I'm going to have you chew. I'm going to say turn and talk to each other, stand up and move, right? And let me just give you a little bit about the importance of self-assessment. Art Costa says if we leave our schools without the ability to self-assess, we've missed the whole point of what learning is about. So self-assessment is metacognition. So how often do you have students that you work with involved in self-reflecting or self-assessment? Or how much are you telling them what to do, right? And so you want to be asking them questions like, what was your mindset today? What strategies did you use that were effective? What would you do differently next time? Those kind of reflective questions help build that metacognitive framework and help you understand where kids are getting stuck or not seeing themselves realistically, right? So it could be thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down. So with that in mind, We're going to look at the PASS protocol in action. So Jack's going to share some case studies, and we're going to look at what would we do for that child. Okay.
We started a few minutes ago by emphasizing help the child understand his or her past strengths. That will influence motivation and persistence. And we really want we want to use their strengths to manage their weaknesses and encourage. Why did you put this here, honey?
Because we're going to talk about each of the profiles and a kid that's connected to that profile.
So that's bad planning, is that what you're saying?
Yes, this is bad planning.
Bad planning,
They're going to talk
okay.
about kid with bad planning.
Rocky, student with a learning disability and ADHD. Rocky went to a school close to where we live in a very good school district, lots of services. He was struggling, so they worked with him and worked with him and worked with him, extra reading instruction, but it didn't work. So they retained him. Retention is a bad intervention because it doesn't work. By the middle of his second year in first grade, he was still struggling. A lot of trouble with decoding and phonics. So from what you know already, when you see decoding and phonics as a weakness, what do you think, PASS, what's probably the weakness of the student? Successive, right? Well, so after 2 years of delaying an assessment, this was an RTI school district that really did a real disservice to this young boy. We found 102 simultaneous, 98 attention, 72 in planning, 76 with successive, academic weaknesses in reading, decoding, and so on. In the paper that I mentioned to you yesterday, where I looked at profiles, it's unusual to have 2 weaknesses. But when you get 2 weaknesses, that's really scary. Because this means that the student has a lot of trouble with working and they don't know what to do, right? Because their planning is so low. So, again, we teach him about his brain, his strengths. We encourage motivation. Talk to him about, try to, give him a pep talk, really. Teach him about using strategies. But how do we go about doing that is really the important question. And do we have?
So, yes, we do. Hang on one sec. We're going to go there next.
Okay.
So, basically, if I were the teacher or the specialist, it would sound like this. Rocky, we did the assessment with you, the test with you, and let's talk about what we found. And it really is going to show you a picture of your brain and how your brain works. It's really cool, and you can have a brain sitting there with you. And let's learn some things.
You mean a model of a brain, right?
Yes. So, hang on.
All right.
Give me that clicker.
Please.
We fight for the clicker
Say
a lot.
please.
Please,
Okay.
darling. So we show him a picture of the brain, and the test showed that your brain was good at seeing the big picture. When you can see how things fit together. You can make sense out of things. And also, you're good at paying attention. Does that make sense to you? That's an important question, okay, because we want to see if they recognize themselves or if they're not there yet. But we learned from a lot of kids that like the young man, yes, Frankie, yes, I can't pay attention. And then we can say the part of the brain that we're going to work to develop with you is your prefrontal cortex. I teach kids my prefrontal cortex, I need a plan. So that they know where it happens in their brain and that they can develop a plan there. And then we help him to understand the steps of reading and doing math. So we're going to help him learn to plan and to see the steps that will help him develop his reading. And then for resources, I'm going to share some strategies with you, but Jack's going to share his wonderful book.
So I really wanted to not just have a theory, not just have a test, but have a book on interventions. That's obviously, those are a lot of unusual things, right? A theory to guide the test and a test that's keyed to interventions. Well, this was my book called Helping Children Learn, and
We'll look at that in a
we're
second.
gonna look at it, but the goal of the book was to give you a short 1 or 2 page handout that you copy and give to the teacher, the student, the parents, to help them understand which of the 4 processes are important and things that you can do about it. So like touch math for math calculation, word problems, chunking math strategies, and so on. But for this particular case, did you not put the...
Well, this is just what you had as interventions for Rocky. That was your slide saying these are things that you
Don't
would
blame me if it's not there.
It is there. It's just next.
So here's the key for Rocky.
There you go.
This study was the 3rd or 4th study I did for intervention. Notice the title. It's Improving Math Calculation for Children with ADHD and LD, a randomized control study. In this study, we took what I call planning facilitation handout from my book, and we had operationalized that in other research studies before this one, and we always found that we could help students become more strategic, but we don't explicitly teach them to be strategic. That's why I call it planning facilitation. Facilitation meaning not direct instruction, but we bring someone to the point where they understand why they need to be strategic. Think of Julia. She was told 100 times what to do, but when we work with her and we ask questions and we help her get to the point where she says, oh, so I need to think before I do something about different ways to do it, right? That's where you want to get the person. So in this particular study, which was Jackie Eisman's dissertation, what we did was we went to a school in Washington, D.C. that specialized in the hard kids, the kids with ADHD and LD.
Every kid in the school.
Yeah.
Was ADHD, LD.
And we had the teachers do the intervention. And the way that the interventions worked was we had math worksheets that I created using Excel with random number generators, so you could have many, many pages of math, but it's the same level of difficulty, but the numbers change. We had a system where we would give the kids 4 pages of math and give them 10 minutes to complete the math worksheet. Then there would be our experimental condition or control group condition, and then we'd give them 10 more minutes to do another math worksheet. So each event gave us 2 data points, number correct, number correct. The control group got more math instruction by the regular teacher. The experimental group got this methodology I call planning facilitation. So what this means is that the teacher asked questions. And these are actually the questions that the teachers asked. We recorded what the teachers asked and what the kids said in the actual article. It's a whole page of the recording of what was actually happening in the classroom. But the teachers were told to simply say, what was your goal? To the whole class. So when one student says, I did this or that, the other students all hear it, right? So what was your goal? Where did you start? What strategies did you use? But they didn't teach strategies. They didn't teach planning or anything like that. They just used this common language. What will you do next time? And in the actual article, we have a whole page of what the kids said. Some of the kids said things like, I look for the easy ones. Okay, that's a reasonable strategy. I do the problems I know, then I check my work. That's self-monitoring, right? Self-correction. That's really important. I do the problems that have more steps, they take more time, so I skip them. Okay, you only have 10 minutes. I like this. I did all the problems in the brain dead zone first, but this is my really favorite. I try not to fall asleep.
Good strategy.
So, honey, this is not the first slide. Where's the...
I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to
slides.
do this in the opposite order that I usually do it, but just so you know, these are the pre-post scores for the students and looking at the relationship between kids who were low in planning, low in simultaneous, low in attention, and low in successive. And look what you get. The kids who were low in planning improved dramatically. The other kids basically improved. This is the low attention kids. They kind of stayed the same. This is very typical to what we usually find, but this is an aptitude treatment interaction, right? Think about that. We've totally failed at aptitude treatment interactions for years because we didn't have the right idea what the aptitudes were. Now we do, PASS. And when you give an intervention that's designed to facilitate the use of planning, it influences the students who are the lowest the most. Now, what about in general, what did we find? Well, pre-post on the math worksheets. Now, I didn't mention this, I should have said it earlier. The math on the math worksheets was math that had been taught by the teachers previously to when we started the study. So it's math taken directly from their curriculum. The normal instruction kids, they improved a little bit. Look at these kids, the kids who got the planning facilitation methodology. But we didn't stop there. We looked at, did it transfer to a standardized achievement test? So the Wechsler individual achievement test, we gave that pre-post. The normal instruction kids about the same. The planning facilitation kids improved. We also gave the WJ math fluency. Again, normal instruction about the same. Planning facilitation improved. So we have near transfer, the actual classwork, and far transfer, and a year later, where's that slide, honey?
It was right there.
Okay, a year later, we went back to the school, and the school every year gives achievement tests. We pulled out the achievement test scores, and the experimental group was still significantly better than a control group. A year later, and we were not in the school for the entire year. So we worked with the actual curriculum that improved. It transferred to 2 different types of standardized achievement tests. It influenced the students who needed it the most, and it lasted a year. All right. So.
My turn.
I think I need to pause.
Okay.
Because this is pretty...
It's big.
This is pretty big. Yeah. Dimitri, did you want to ask something? No. Okay, you were just waving? No. Okay, let's keep going then. Let's keep going so we can end on time.
And I know I was remiss in having you do that 3, 2, 1 and then seeing if you had any questions. So I apologize for not finishing my protocol, but you can ask me afterwards. So this seems, it's simple, like a simple strategy, but if you listen to adults working with children, me guilty of the same, we often tell them instead of asking them. Okay, and so as you say, Stefano, it's the teacher's ability that we need to change along the way. Because if we're not teaching in ways that are metacognitive and teaching kids how to really use that prefrontal cortex, then they're not going to develop the skills or strategies. So we need to understand it first. So instead of saying to kids, and we do this is what you need to do. Okay, instructions are on the board, this is what you need to do. Not good for a kid with sequential challenges or planning. Instead, we say, how could you approach this task? What are some ways that we've done this before? What resources do you have available? So we learn to ask questions that guide their thinking. So instead of saying, and we do this all the time as educators, you're stuck, let me help you, right? What could we say instead? What might be another thing that we could say?
You're stuck, go home?
Oh, wait, no, yeah, you're stuck, go home, fall asleep. What could we say? Who's got an idea?
What do you think you might try?
Wait, you are not my students.
Well,
you are my co-teacher.
I'm channeling your students.
What options do you have for getting unstuck? Right? Simple shift. Here's your grade for the test. So they take a test, we hand it back, we give them the grade, we move on. They look at their grade, they're happy, they're not happy. We miss a prime opportunity to be metacognitive. Look at your test. What did you do when you studied, what did you do that worked? What would you do differently next time? They do think-alouds, where they get to listen to each other talk about how they studied and learn. So think-alouds aren't just me as the adult modeling my metacognitive thoughts. It's the kids modeling their metacognitive reflections. We do this with little ones with bribing, right? You're frustrated and want to quit. There's your self-esteem or your motivation, persistence. But if you try, I will give you chocolate. How about, what are some strategies you can use to calm yourself and get back on track?
So we're really trying to encourage planning with all of these, right? It's really all about getting the students to be more planful and strategic.
And I think of all the, I do believe that planning is the number one most important of the PASS processes. You've all brought that up. And we should all be teaching it at starting as young as we can. So I just talk about teaching them to think smart, not to be smart, but to think smart. So you'll have in your handouts, I'm not going to go through them, but some questions to help you develop your skills in asking versus telling. A lot of it's catching yourself. Oh, yeah, I just told him what to do. I need to reframe that to asking. And some things that you can do to make that happen. These are metacognitive thought stems. So this is actually a first grade classroom, grade 1. And the teacher had them talking about their books. And I watched these first graders, they had the prompts visible, and I watched them talk for 20 minutes without a teacher coming in to lead the conversation. Because they had these language stems of I'm wondering, I'm noticing, right?
I want to say something.
Pardon?
I want to say something.
Okay.
This I would retitle Planning Prompts.
You could use any language you want. You can use executive function.
Hey,
you
it's
can
my
use
slide. I can change it if I want.
self-regulation.
You know what I'm saying.
I know.
I'm
It's
just
important for people to know that those words intertwine.
I'm just being clear,
Yeah.
because you used the metacognitive word,
I like
and I would use the
metacognitive,
planning
yeah.
word.
So this is what happens when you have a couple present together. So
okay.
very powerful. We don't assume that kids have the language to be metacognitive. Okay, so the stems, especially for kids who struggle with planning. We want to provide prompts. And then Jack and I created this. This is the more modalities we bring in, the more kids' information will stick. So I teach them that a framework for planning is to stop and think, and then make a plan, either verbally or in your head or writing. Make a plan. Take action, because a plan without action is wasted time. And then either review or revise or reflect. And then it would either be, actually you should have it switched around, try again, or ta-da, it worked. And so I have them memorize this so that when I'm not around and they're stuck on something, they can say, I need to think smart. I need to stop and think. I need to make a plan, revise, take action. So they know, and having a mnemonic like this device that they can memorize, I have them go through until they all know it in my classroom. and I've seen this with little ones, in high schoolers, then they have something to refer to when we're not around, which is the ultimate goal. And then I just take problems that I usually walk around with a light bulb on a headband, bing, and a light bulb on a stick, and then I just take problems that they've had. So I'll give you some examples. Tell me if this kid is thinking smart or not. Scott tried once, but couldn't do his math homework, so he watched TV. Was Scott thinking smart?
No.
No. And then it will be, so what could be a plan that Scott could use? And then whichever kid has an idea for a plan, they get to hold the light bulb. So we make it very concrete. And then you can have more than one plan. There's your think alouds again of different plans. And then how would he take action? How would he know if his plan was working? What would he do if he had to try again? Motivation, persistence, all built into a framework. And you can do this with social emotional things as well. So, Julie hit Susie on the playground. Was she thinking smart? What could she do instead? So take a minute. We've talked about the planning facilitation, metacognition, self-regulation is the key, I think, to changing so much of what happens in our schools. So where could you use it? Where could you teach kids to think this way? So talk to your talk partner for 1 minute. What are you going to do with this knowledge? Not a lot of time. Make like a waterfall. Okay, I'm going to do another one next time because that gets old after a while. What was I going to say? Oh, God. Totally gone. Questions. Do you have any questions or comments at this point? Online or?
Yes, Chris?
I think it's very interesting when thinking about how we guide teachers as well, these metacognitive questions. When we give guidance to both teachers and students. And we were just talking about nowadays, I also work with, I take a course in social skills and developing metacognition and social skills. Yeah, thank you very much. With students and also moral reasoning, and this is how we built it. We don't have like a standardized answer that we want them to answer, but they reflect about these things by themselves.
Beautiful.
Like how what could you do in this sort of situation if it appears? What could be another way to act? And they reflect, and we see really good results from this kind of training.
Absolutely.
It's very interesting.
That's the power. It's academic and social emotional and reasoning. And don't you think, too, when they hear each other?
Yeah.
It's really powerful to learn from each other.
Yeah, and instead of sitting just in the classroom, they sit in groups of perhaps 8 to 10 children with different levels of challenges in regards to social. Some are really good in social skills, others have challenges, and they sit and they reflect together.
That's so powerful.
Yeah, and it's
so powerful.
good for learning.
And if we had the day together, I would put you in groups and you would have jobs. And then we use the jobs. So there's a leader and a recorder and a timekeeper. So that puts you in that self-regulation situation as well. Morton, do you have, or does anybody else have a?
Any questions?
No questions yet.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
So let's talk about attention. We talked about planning and attention. I'm going to show you another case. It's actually a really fascinating case that Tulio Otero shared with me not too long ago. So Jose had problems with phonemic awareness, reading fluency, reading comprehension, spelling, written expression. He was learning English. His WISC for Spanish scores, 55 verbal, 92, 86, 91. When Tulio gave him the CAS, here's what he found. Good planning, 105. Good successive, 94. Good simultaneous, but 79 on the attention scale. So Tulio put all the data together, and here's the triangle again. So here we have significant discrepancy. There is a disability here and with attention. There's good scores, significantly higher than his academics that are poor. And of course, the reason he is failing here is because of the attention. So the question became then, what should he do? So Tulio went to my Helping Children Learn book, and I have a page that's for the student. So it discusses what it means when you have trouble with attending, and it has this little diagram. Think smart, look at the details. So Tulio, when he first talked to Kathleen and to me about it, he said, I remembered when I was taught as a clinical psychologist to find the simplest solution that would give the greatest impact. And I thought, well, let's just take this image and Scotch tape it. Whoops, sorry, hit the wrong button there. Scotch tape it to the student's desk. And in a couple of weeks, the teacher excitingly called Tulio and said, his reading accuracy has increased by 80%. He's reading words, many more words correctly now. It was just over a couple of weeks. Simply by helping the student understand the nature of the problem, not focusing, not attending, not looking at the details, and that made all the difference.
Powerful. And it's important for us to understand that we need to use less strategies more deeply. Okay? And what you see, especially with people getting to go on Pinterest and lesson planning sites, is that they grab things. And yet the best strategies are the most simple ones. Planning facilitation. You don't need to write a lesson plan. You need to ask good questions, right? So we don't need to pop around. So your site that you have, Petra and Nicholas, that has...
No, nothing.
Oh, that has the strategies in it, right? What a great resource for teachers to show things that they've already been doing and that they've come up with together to help kids. And they're good strategies. They work because you've been trying them, not just something they randomly found on Pinterest.
Yeah.
Can I have the...
We need to add Tulio's, this is Tulio's statement, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Tulio said that. He's awesome. So some strategies that are good strategies that teachers would maybe already have in their toolkit, but they could become more intentional and transparent about using, is to help kids to plan to pay attention. So they need to know that attention has there's different ways to attend. So one of the ways we attend is to focus and know what to focus on. Okay, so some kids, that might be their specific challenge. Or it could be learning how to resist distractions, right, for your ADD kids, or sustain attention over time. Okay, so that also helps us as the teachers think about where is this kid having a challenge with attention. So, we're able to break it down into some components that I can think about in the general ed classroom. I can think about when I'm teaching kids to read. I can keep this in mind as well. It's not rocket science. And there's nothing wrong with rocket science. So when I'm teaching kids to sustain their attention, I like to teach them again intentionally and transparently about a distracting voice versus an interacting voice. Okay, we all have that, right? We're reading something and it's heavy-duty reading, and next thing you know, you're thinking about, what would I have for lunch today? What did I have? That soup was good. I think I should go for a walk after the workshop today. So all of us have that distracting voice, but when we can give it a name, it makes it more concrete for our students. So what we want to teach them is to recognize that they have a distracting voice and an interacting voice, and that they can come back when they catch themselves being distracted to that interacting voice. And we teach, I'm a firm believer in think alouds. We actually teach them what it sounds like in their head with each voice. So we demonstrate, I'm reading, I'm reading, I'm reading. Here's how I get distracted. I'm reading, I'm reading, and reading. I get distracted. Here's how I stay on I ask myself questions about the text. I predict. Right? So we're helping them develop tools that work for them to stay attentive. And if we want them to focus, we need to teach them what's so important in school is reading, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. So we want to teach them a strategy we call notice and name. So we ask them to notice what features are in the nonfiction text, perhaps, that will help them understand the text. So they look at the bold headings, and they look at the first sentence and the last sentence where it summarizes and paraphrases. We call that text features, bold headings. And text structures is the nonfiction text descriptive text or cause and effect text. So I taught my special ed students how to recognize text structures, which helps them know what to attend to. And you heard me talk about chunk, chew, and check. You can do that with reading too. Good readers read a chunk, and then they stop and chew on it. That's their interacting voice. But if we don't transparently teach them that, they think that good readers just get it. So when we're metacognitive, we show them in our minds, in other students' minds, what's happening. So we might model by using Post-its to show how we annotate a text as we're reading it. So I have a question about this on a Post-it. I wonder what's going to happen next with that character on a Post-it. And then they get in their groups, and they talk about the questions and the thoughts that they're having as they read the text, using sticky notes. Or they write about their reading in reading logs, so they become attentive to the text. Double entry journals, it's a note-taking strategy. I'm not going to get into it right now. But many teachers have things like this in their toolkit, right? But if we don't call attention to how it helps with the PASS profile, they can't necessarily use it as intentionally as they would when they know about the brain and how the brain works with this. And then we also want to focus on mindfulness and attention. So it's important to help them understand that mindfulness is not just breathing and meditation, it's also focusing on what's important. And I also teach them about how their brain doesn't work so well with the brain does not multitask well. Be very transparent about that. Okay, let's just do a quick little stretch break. Okay, everybody stand up. We'll get you ready for that last 20 minutes so that you pay attention again, right? If I do this, you're going to be more attentive. So we're going to do cross laterals. Any movement where you cross the midline of the body is called a cross lateral. So we're going to cross our arms. No fists. My boys would be like, boom. And if you want to make it more full body, you can do elbow to knee. Get a nice stretch in there. You could do the Macarena. That's a cross lateral. I do like Saturday Night Fever. I'm going to say, we're learning lots today. Ready? We're learning lots today. Let me hear you. Lots today. We're learning lots today. We're learning lots today. Yay! And then we'll just do the warm, fuzzy cross lateral. So you can be sitting down and just give yourselves a hug. Okay, but you always have to do both sides. So when you hug the other side, say, I'm awesome. I'm awesome. Okay. Didn't that feel good? Yeah.
Is that it?
And just really quickly, what we know about brain breaks like that is that it restores the neurotransmitters in the brain because they get overloaded. And if we keep going and going and going, even if it's great information, we've stopped learning. So anytime that you can draw or move or write, it helps the brain actually retain the important information and attend.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about successive. We did a planning case, an attention case, now successive. So, case of Paul. This is another colleague of mine, Steve Pfeiffer. We write lots and lots of papers together. And he showed me this case recently. Students, problems in reading and math, can't remember the sequences, good memory for details, can't sound out, poor spelling, poor reading comprehension. He gave the WISC-5, low working memory, low processing speed, full scale of 81, not very good. And you can see the rest of these scores here, reading, and on the CAS, successive 75. This was supposed to be a
Successive. This
okay.
is successive.
All right, successive, yeah. I think I might have said simultaneous by accident. So we also see, so this is what I said, I just want to draw your attention to this. I like to put the data from the CAS and achievement in a graph and sort it by score, not by test. Because when you do that, then you can see, look what's at the bottom, successive in reading and math scores. It jumps out at you much more than if you had a graph for the CAS and a graph for achievement and so on. So I've been doing this for a long time. I think it communicates better. So again, the triangle, clearly, weakness in successive, weakness in reading, and good scores otherwise. So, again, we talked to Paul explicitly about where he's good and where he struggles. Do you want to talk about this, honey?
Really just go through the protocol.
Yeah.
So you're going through the protocol, but right now you start to know what you can do with a student every time. And we'll make sure that the protocol's available somewhere. Just shoot me a text or something.
We'll have the PowerPoint.
They'll have the PowerPoint, yeah. If you want it in a Word file.
And so you wanted to talk about some of these.
With someone like Paul who's good at planning, if you're good at planning, that's going to go a long way, I think, in helping with the places where you struggle. But some fun things we do with kids to practice sequence is you get like an index card, and I might put, if I want kids to learn to write better sentences, I could put on each card a word. And then you would all have a word, and I would have you get together and you would build sentences. And you would see how many different ways you could sequence the word to build sentences. Or you do it with math problems, so that they see how to sequence a math problem, but they're moving. So you get them moving, you're intentional and transparent about what sequencing is, and that sometimes there's more than one way to do it. And so it's a fun way to start building those skills. And let me just show you, I taught special education students in middle school how to write. That was my writing and reading was my specialty. And middle school kids can't write. Kids that have learning disabilities, very difficult. So we together modeled and learned how to write papers in compare and contrast, sequence, cause and effect. So just how it looked for my students, if we want them to write nonfiction, we need to model the type of writing we want them to do. So these were my students. We did a graphic organizer together. I didn't give them a fill in the blanks. So we co-created, I was just taking information from them. How would you fly a kite? So they put everything that you might do to fly a kite. And then I said, how could we organize this information so that we could teach a Martian how to fly a kite? And so we said there should be things you do before, during, and after. So we labeled things before, during, and after. And then we said even in the before, during, and after, what would come first, what would come second, what would come third. And then together, modeling, again, scaffolding, we wrote a piece. So I'm writing, but they're talking. And it's, they can see what I'm writing. I showed them transition words, made sure we use words like first and next and then. So we practiced it together, and this is what Chase did. He was sixth grade, ADHD, LD as well, lovely boy, never had any assignments done. But the day he had to turn this in, he said, Miss, I left my paper in my locker. Can I please go get it? Can I please go get it? Because this is what he did. Whoop. How to make mashed potatoes. Eating mushy mashed potatoes is my favorite thing to do. The best thing is that they're easy to make. First you get out the potatoes, then you peel the skin off the potatoes, then you put them in a pan with water. After you're done boiling the potatoes, then drain the potatoes, put them back in the pan. Now put butter and milk on them. Then you mash the potatoes. When you're done, you serve the potatoes, then you eat them. So go home and make yourself some mashed potatoes, follow the instructions I told you, and they'll turn out just fine. Isn't that a nice piece of writing for a student with a learning disability? He was very proud of it. Go eat those potatoes. And of course, there's wonderful sites now, gaming sites where kids can practice sequencing. And so Math Cracker is a great one, and I love digital storytelling, which helps students to write a story in the before, during, and after online. So.
Okay, just one more thing about success in my Helping Children Learn book, I have a lot of handouts on chunking. And that's a strategy to manage a sequence. And that would be something else we would do with anyone who has successive processing weakness. So finally, simultaneous, the case of Kenny, third grader, struggling with basic math facts, failing, limited understanding, conceptual understanding of math. And just, a nice kid, but he's struggling. And look at his score. Simultaneous, 74. Planning was 79. So this is like one of those combinations where you have really two problems: math, reading. So this is one of the ones that I worry about because of that. So we have simultaneous and planning weaknesses. Average scores, strengths, and attention to successive with academic difficulty. So again, we're going to approach this the same exact way. Talk to him, help him be more motivated and persistent, and so on. And you were going to mention a few things here?
Yeah. And what I don't want to forget to say is, here's when I think back of my past and how I wish I had known this. Because I was working in juvenile corrections with my little criminal sex offender boys, and I had a boy, and I'd never had a kid like this. He could read every word in a book beautifully, and he didn't have a clue what he was reading. And I, even though I had my degree in special education, had no idea what to do with a kid like that. But now I understand that he had a simultaneous processing problem, right? Along with planning. So now, as a special ed teacher, I can start to think about and talk to him about what he needs and what he could work on. I wish I'd had that. I wish I could go back in time and have that information about that child. So some of the things we need to do in schools for differentiation and inclusion, teaching kids how to summarize is such a high-level skill that even general education students have a hard time with it. And we all hope that another teacher's teaching it. We hope the grade 3 teacher's teaching it or the grade 6 teacher. But we can do things like a fun activity is to say we've taught them about photosynthesis, maybe a water cycle, and we would have them get them in groups, and they would have to come up with a newspaper headline that summarizes what they learned about water cycle. Water cycle repeats itself. Evaporation, makes all the difference. So they would come up with something together that helps them get to that simultaneous processing. Or we can have them tweet. I've had teachers that have the kids come up with the meaning behind a story in 140, 48 characters or less? And, or the gist of it. I watched a 3rd grade teacher have the kids get in groups and say, okay, we just learned triple-digit addition. What is the gist? What is the main idea that we learned? Talk about. Who can say it in the least amount of words? Which table? So practice, practice, practice makes perfect. And with kids that struggle with simultaneous, graphic organizers are a biggie. Okay, but I believe they need to be student-created graphic organizers, not ones that you print off, because then that's how you would organize your thinking. Whereas a graphic organizer should be how I would organize my thinking, which is different than he would, Jack would do. I can't move my slide.
Trying to get you to go faster.
I know you are. So these were high school kids that did graphic organizers on the math concepts. They actually reviewed for the test together. They did the review, the kids, not the teacher. We love math more than the compound interest group does. So my colleague, co-writer, and friend, I asked her to share. She's started doing the CAS-2 in her school district. And she said the biggest thing about CAS is that it shifts the conversation in her school. And that in and of itself is powerful. And when we can connect with families around their strengths and the areas of growth for their children, it secures our footing for partnership around meaningful and strategic support. That powerful common language allows us to work together to make a difference for our students. And I want to wrap up and get us out of here on time, but really, your metacognitive goal, hopefully you've changed, right, over these 2 days. And what brilliant ideas will you take back and make happen? Okay, take actions. Think smart, make a plan, take action, right? Review, revise, and reflect, and take it back to see what a difference you can make, right?
So speaking of making a difference, I'd like to end with...
That's just summing up the big ideas that
Okay,
I think they have it, yeah. And then you've got Frankie.
Remember I talked to you about Frankie yesterday? Remember, he was the boy that became a participant in his intervention by his awareness that he was smart, but he had a problem with attention. Well, this is not actually Frankie, but I'm going to tell you today, now Frankie has his own kids. And do we have his?
No,
we didn't put his...
that's all you had,
okay,
Frankie's
all right.
stuff in the
Sorry.
previous.
He is a successful graphic designer. And you might remember yesterday, his simultaneous processing was good. So here's a man now able to provide for his family, his kids, 20-something years later, 30 years later, successful. And I wonder what would have happened if I didn't explain to him that it wasn't that he was just dumb. It was that he was smart, but he had to deal with a problem which he learned to deal with so very well, like I explained yesterday, telling the teacher, I can't work in this environment. And I can just imagine how whatever environment he worked in as a graphic designer, he used that same approach. I know I need to do this. I need to be in this space to do it and be successful. So these kinds of, we've shown you lots of cases, but the thing I like about the Frankie case in particular is because we see 30 years later that we made a difference. And to me, that's what this is all about, right? And to Kathleen and I, that's what it's all about.
I put an ending in here that you don't know about.
Go ahead.
So, Nicholas and I were talking last night, or the night before.
What do you mean, you and Nicholas were talking last night?
Yeah.
We're going to have a little conversation.
May I have the clicker, please? The clicker of power.
I don't have it, it's right there.
It's right there. So, watching and listening to all of you over these past few days, take JP's work and Jack's work and Luria's work, and take it out into the world has just been, I know, very moving for Jack. It's emotional for him. It's emotional for me to see something I believe in my husband so much about, all of you taking out to other countries and around the world. It's like powerful. So I wanted to end, I was telling to Nicholas, I'm like, this reminds me of a TED Talk. How many of you know TED Talks? Most of you know. This reminds me of my favorite TED Talk, and Nicholas is like, you should show it. And so Jack doesn't know I'm going to show this, but it's basically Jack and you are the people in this video. And it's called How to Start a Movement. So it's just a 3-minute TED Talk.
And I'm going to need a minute when we're done with this.
Whoops. Help. I don't know how to use I'm a Mac person. He's a PC.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. Just 1 second, I'll get it.
There.
It should play now.
Oh, I wonder if it's no.
I don't think it's in.
I bet it's because I put it on is it because I put it on a Mac versus a, darn. Darn.
Damn Max.
Basically, the gentleman that's speaking talks about how to start a movement, and what he shows is a concert. And there's a music concert out in a field, and there's this young man who's dancing like your silly dance. He's just dancing, and people are sort of watching him. And he talks about, you start with a lone nut, crazy person, doing something silly. And then you watch on the video, and the next thing you know, one person joins him. And they join in the silly dance. And then next thing you know, another person, and then another person. And then next thing, he says, then it becomes cool to come and join. You are the early adopters. It becomes cool to come and join the movement. And he says at the end, never doubt that he says, if you notice, it's the followers who change the movement. Because when the followers see a lone nut who is doing something that they see as amazing, they are the ones that go out and make change. So thank you for being a bunch of nuts and for inviting us to be a part of this amazing 2 days with you. And thanks for going out and making a difference for children.
Hey, and I just want to add that that was a very nice surprise that you gave me today with that, and it's so true. But I do want to say thank you to Gunvar and to Morten, and for each and every one of you here today and online. Like Kathleen said, you can only do so much as one person. And to me, it's incredibly wonderful to have you all here. I feel very supported and honored by all of the things that have occurred and all the things that you can do now for children. And I cannot thank you all enough for being here. So, as Stefano taught me, ciao, ciao.
No, we have questions. Do we have some questions?
Oh, we do have questions?
In what language?
English.
It is English.
That's a message from Senia.
Aw.
You can read that.
Aw, seriously?
Yes,
I
you
feel
have
like
to
I'm
read that.
bragging. As a special education teacher, I must say Kathleen's contribution was very inspiring and meaningful for my work. Thank you, Kathleen. I liked more brain breaks.
Maybe I should let him read it too.
Yeah. Oh, do we have him? Yeah?
I'll just show you.
Okay.
Any questions while Timos is, anything else want to say? Any other questions or comments?
Our brains are full.
Okay.
Wow, thank you. So who has to fly? Who's flying back tonight? Who's flying home tonight?
Oh.
Tomorrow? Anybody going to do sightseeing while you're here? No? Going home? Where's home? How long from here? Drive?
1 hour
Flight. Okay. It's a big country.
Yeah.
It's long, really long.
It is very
Yes.
long, yeah.
North is the same distance from Oslo to Rome, actually.
Seriously?
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
It's exactly the same distance, so it's quite long.
Yes,
That's
a long
crazy.
way.
We have had the best fish. Oh,
Thanks
my
for trying.
goodness.
Thanks for trying, Timos.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Just look up the TED Talk. What is the title?
Oh, he was going to try to play it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
I
let's
will-
close and let everybody go.
I'll put the
Thank
site
you, everybody.
on there. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for being here.
Oh, yeah,
What?
we're not done.
We're not done?
We're not done.
I thought we were last.
No, yeah, you are the last, but we are going to have a panel discussion.
Oh, I forgot
that's
about
right.
that.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness. All right, well, we'll
Hey, there you are. See how it works.
Okay, but first, quarter break.
should we play it at the end to end?
Okay, there you are. That's what I was trying to show earlier.
Oh, that's
After
the,
such a great presentation, thank
Oh,
you so
thank
much
you.
for that.
Thank you,
It was
thank you.
just amazing.
I'm going to go.
Here is the take-home message for you from K&J presentation is just go to your smart device, write www.menti.com, and then place that code over there, please, and choose one of the 4 options.
Yeah, it's cool.
And you see instantaneously the data changing here on the screen. So choice number 1, let your students do some chewing and reflecting experience to enhance learning. Smart, help the child understand his or her past strengths and areas of challenges, and let students daydream once in a while in class. So pick one and let's see what you prefer.
I went first. That's so cool.
And you see, I have purposely chosen the mountains behind because we have indeed climbed the mountain these 2 days with so many things that we have learned.
Oh,
true.
that's great.
Oh, this is really nice, Timos.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
very cool. It's better than poll everywhere. Yeah.
Sort of an interruption.
Oh, no. You were excited. I saw your face. I actually would probably click on let students daydream once in a while as well.
Yeah, yeah. What time do we start the next segment?
We have 10 people who have responded, so here you can see
great.
the number of people who have
15,
already
let's do
responded.
this.
Okay.
And then what is the up at the top there? That little symbol?
It's a great way to check with the chunk chew and check. Oh, yeah. That's a great check for kids.
Yeah, this was an interesting one.
Wonderful. So number 3 gets more attention. Excellent. And let's go to the next one and last one, please. Oh, more people are responding.
the next one. Yes.
Ah.
3 things I have learned these 2 days. Not only from the presentation, but everything that we have learned. Let's say you're allowed to write 3 different separate words, okay? 3 entries, but try to keep your words like even single words or 2 words at most, okay? But you have 3 possible entries. And see now the map, how it will be formed or developed. We have 3 entries, separate entries. Please use 1 or 2 words at most. Someone who hasn't really exceeded the 3 entries just to type in one of these words so we see how it changes in terms of size. Because it gets more attention actually, then it grows larger.
That's fun.
And then you can tell what really your audience has really appreciated from the things they have learned.
It'd be great to do with kids. Like about what did you learn in the science lesson? And see if they know which words are the most important. I'm trying to think what pass. Would this be simultaneous? When you see it all together like that?
All the interrelationships. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
And you can always save this and send it to everyone.
Yeah, I'm totally.
But the plan is to have a panel discussion with all the speakers.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's right.
Yeah, but let's have a small break first.
We have a little break.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Now, everybody, let's have a little break. And then I'll ask the speakers to take place on the chairs here and ask them to do a 2 minutes comment to the conference. And then we are going to end afterwards. But let's have 10 minutes just so that you can go and grab another cup of coffee and a chocolate maybe. tror dette er bra. Okay. So then we are at the final session. And before we start that, I would really like to thank Kathleen and Jack for the previous session. That was great to listen. Great to have all these, and also to learn how you can make all these small breaks with movements, with different, yeah, that's good. We'll take it to our children and to our teacher when we are advising them, and to our courses. And still, that wasn't the most important of what you gave us, of course, but all and the summary. So now we will invite all of you to give a small comment after the conference, after we've been together, after you've been, all of you, sharing your experiences, your research, your practice, kind of a conclusion after the conference. So, thank you, Morten, for guiding me back to what is in the schedule. We are actually, yeah, so excuse me for not mentioning that. I look into the future. How can we take this further? What should we take further? So then, Petri, are you ready to start?
Are we starting here?
Are we doing?
Do you want to switch seats?
Are we going?
Okay, so firstly, it has been a fantastic conference. I'm very impressed with all the different research that is made around in Europe and all over the places in the world. And I think it was also perfect with that we focused on the practice with the help of Jack and Kathleen, so everything connects. So that's my first comment. About the future, someone said, I don't remember who said it in their presentation, that we also need to gather the stories and what teachers think and how they apply it and systematize. Maybe it was Timos who said that. I think that is important. We need also qualitative research about how teachers experience and how it makes sense. This will complement the fantastic research that is done around the world. So I think that's maybe one important aspect of the research. For us in Sweden, it's really important to continue to implement and maybe do exactly this, to systematize experiences that people have, and also, of course, show the results from the work with the help of PASS. So that was some of my thoughts about the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will you please hand, no, go to the chest.
No, ladies first.
Okay. She doesn't know what she's supposed to. She doesn't know the rules yet.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you. Of course, I agree with Petri, but I was thinking about George's picture and the bridge. And for me, it's like, how can we connect the practical world with the academic world? For instance, Timothy's most impressive work in brain training, as I say, in lay terms. How can we get it out to the floors, to the teacher's room? And yeah, that's for me the future. How can we evidence-base our practice? Yeah. Okay.
I think the beauty of the 2 days was seeing the researchers and the people that are taking it out into the field and making it real. And it's that process. So to me, the future is you continuing with your work in neuroscience, because it is ever evolving, and looking at how the mind-body connection, that's huge. I think we're learning so much more about that right now. So your research on that is important. Maybe it's me, the educator, but I think the most important thing that we could be doing is what they're doing here in Sweden, and what Morten and Gunvar are doing, which is you need the leaders, you need the nuts that take it out in there, but the systemic way that they're bringing it into not just school by school, but municipality, and then working on your heads of state. I mean, that's the way, you know, change happens. So thank you for everything you're doing to make it manifest for kids, for kids, for kids, for kids.
I like to think of the events in a life in which your path pivots. Path pivots because of something. And I was just thinking that in the early 1980s, when I first started to work at Ohio State University, I met a man at a party. And his name was Tom Hutchinson. He was the director of test development at a small company in Columbus called Charles Merrill. And when I met him, I said, "Hi, I'm Jack Naglieri. I wrote a lot of the KBC. I want to come and talk to you." And I did, and that's how my matrix analogies, Naglieri nonverbal ability test got started. But he said to me, I want to bring some people in because I want us to develop a new intelligence test. I want you to be part of it, a part of a meeting with JP Das. And I had only spoken to Das once on telephone, but of course I read all about it. So that event at a party brought me to here. And it's like all the things that occurred thereafter. Meeting Stefano and Galiskino in Russia many years ago. And I think today is one of those days. These 2 days are, to me, pivot days in careers. I'm not just talking about mine, I'm talking about ours. Because there is an ours that has occurred here. There is a coming together, a cementing of relationships and an expression of a similar goal. The goal is to help our countries, help people in our countries do something better for children than we've been doing for 100 years. That's the Crazy Ones video that Kathleen wanted to show. So that's how I can summarize today. I think these days are a pivotal juncture in the path of life. And I'm so grateful to be able to share it with you all. Thank you.
And I heard go to more parties and all that.
Since I was a kid, I remember myself just creating graphical designs on the sand. Like every time I want to express myself, I was always better on designing something rather than speaking. And now I'm just looking at this group of people up here, and I'm thinking about intelligence and first rank, first order, and a second order model. So if I could just catch it on the table or on the board, I would go like 4 factors loaded on PASS. So in the second order, perhaps would be PASS with other characteristics of theory. But think about the first four. We have clinical work, the three of you. We have teacher and students training, the three of you. We have psychometrics, and then we have perhaps with intelligence, the psychometrics could go together, and then we have somewhere neuroscience and the future. So these are four factors that we have touched on these days, and they have so many commonalities because a model like this is based on commonalities, how many things they share, right, those factors. I'm sure it would be a perfect model. And thus we have really succeeded these 2 days on European grounds. Thank you all so much.
I'm very honored and privileged today to say that these 2 days have been a real inspiration for me in many ways. One of them is that, as I said in my presentation, when I returned from Canada to Greece, I felt like I was just a lonely wolf over there trying to sound very loud so people could hear me. And once in a while, I met people who were doing great work, and I wasn't able to meet them and share my anxiety about what is going to happen next in research in this particular subject. These 2 days, I found a family to share my thoughts and my inspirations of taking this one step further. And one thing is, I am a higher education teacher. I'm a professor at the university, and I teach professionals who are going to work with kids. But I also, I'm very urgent to do research in order to answer all the questions that come from my experience and I read in the literature from my colleagues. At the end of this day, this particular day, I am convinced that we can work together, and I'm glad, I'm very happy that Jack stated it the way he did, and he said us, it's instead of my theory. We can take it one step further. Okay, children are our main focus. However, let's remember that PASS theory can be used for all ages, and perhaps the next step is to extend evaluation of other ages, of older ages. I said that lately I started working, and I have a very strong interest in aging and the way that functions, like cognitive functions, can be assisted by using some of the stuff that we've learned working with kids. And with that, I would like to thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. But given that I'm one of the nuts, don't take seriously what I'm going to say. First, I have to thank again, as I said, the soul of this group, Gunvor, and second, as Leonidas says in the well-known, I think, movie 300, this is a good start. And we have a good start. Second, and let's say here that there are good and bad news in this story. The good news is that we have in our hands a theory which has the intrinsic power to flourish. So if we take the message from Kathleen talk, nice talk, and apply SMART, I think we have a good future. Bad news, I'm not sure if there are bad news. No bad news. So I believe that we are a very good group, as said Timos, with all necessary quality to move ahead and do many interesting things, good things, I hope, for children, for special education, for our countries, for everybody. I think we have to be optimistic for our future. And we should be optimistic because, as I said before, we have a nice theory in our hands. This is my message. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Help. You have to hear my Toskish, of course. Well, these days have been very impressive for me, really. A lot of idea I know in these days, but also a lot of questions, because I hypothesized a dozen of possible research in these days. I can read you the name I put. I seen it. For me, that is enthusiastic things. Mean a great future. Also, there is another aspect that is like a dream that I had from long time to connect the European and the world, of course, researchers that work in PASS theory. And in this day is born this group. I think it's born because we have project. Tomorrow we meet for that. We have a lot of chance for improve our research. I think the PASS theory have a great future, and this future is in our hands. Okay, thanks. And thanks, first of all, for that, for this, what I told before at Kunvor and Morten, that are very the engine of this moment and these days. Thanks again. My task is finished.
Thank you. Morten? Oh, Catherine, of course.
Okay, it's okay, never mind. I would like to say that I'm very thankful for these invitations, and I am a part of this exciting project. I'm enthusiastic from the presentation of Professor Jack and Kathleen. It was very excited. Thank you very much for this. And as Katerina, the future, I would like, in the future research, I would like to translate and to do adaptations in the successive scale, the Greek language. So I would like to use it not only in the DCD children, but in the other developmental disorders like autism spectrum disorders or ADHD children. I would like to see more differences in different populations with neurodevelopmental disorders, because I like this my work in the laboratory. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. I think this was also an important session to get some points. And Stefano, I have to say, I've had the same dream as you have had about what if we could gather all these people engaged in the PASS in Europe and in the world. But actually, we'd come that far, so I thought, okay, now the train has run for our part. And then suddenly, we heard about these Erasmus Plus small-scale partnerships 2 weeks before the deadline. So what I did was to submit emails to you. Yes. And I got positive answers. We got positive answers immediately from all of you. So what else could we do than writing this application? It was a bad application. But in that program, there were not too many applicants, so we got it. So we got it. That's why we are here.
We're still the best in the competition.
Yeah.
It's a rank ordering.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Kathleen too.
That's good, that's good. And George, I agree with you. This is a very good start for such a cooperation. And nobody knows what can be in the future. What I would like to add is, I don't actually remember what was said, something about the beauty of the PASS theory. And for me, the beauty of the PASS theory is its simplicity. The 4 scales that give this basic information, helping us understand the children, but most of all, helping children and adolescents understand themselves and take themselves the control, like in this wonderful Frankie case that we've heard about. And in a lot of other cases that we all who use the cars has experienced, because this is our common experience, actually. So thank you, all of you. This is a dream of ours having become true, to have you all here for these 2 days. And for us, it has been 2 fantastic days. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Gunvor. Thank you, Morten.
Yes, and since I have not say anything theoretical views here, I want to say that when we talk about the future, I learned a word from a German psychologist once that's called, he was working with Intelligenzbearbeitung. That means working with the intelligence for children that have problems to learn. And I hope for the future that we can do more research on how we can change the future for children that have problems to learn. I'm not interested in Intelligenzbearbeitung like the Mensa organization and so on do. That's not interesting for me at all, so we heard. So I don't believe in intelligence in that way, but to make children a little smarter to manage their own life. That is the most important thing. And please, anybody who can hear this afterwards, start to research on that. And PASS is a very, very nice way to start on it. And this is the main thing for us. So thank you, and thank you to the presenters, and thank you for your research you have presented here. So please, thank you. And then Gunvor. And thank you to the technicians. And then yes. Yeah. Yes, call in.
Excuse me for interrupting, George. So let's do. We have been calling this also PASS theory and its applications. And let us have a final application of the PASS theory now. And then, then I have to reveal our bad planning. Probably you all know that the ostehøvel, cheese slicer, that it is a Norwegian intervention. No, not intervention, invention. Of course, invention. So that's why we wanted to give each of you an ostehøvel. And now comes the bad planning. It says cheese slicer produced in Copenhagen. So excuse us for that. But then,
Thank you
for you,
for
and for Petri. Just you wait yeah, and then you will have to share. Yes.
Thank you so much.
That's cool. Thank you.
Oh, Niklas. Oh. And
she had made a book in mathematics, so now we can see how she have counted up. That's very interesting. Come on.
Jenny, would you please look at the book? Yes, the book.
Yes, the book is there.
Because I was going to say, no, the planning wasn't that bad, because we had planned something for DAG2. Is this that?
That's viktig.
Let's remove the price, it's not so important. So just in case you Americans don't know how you can use it, you need this book. Brown cheese, please. And the brown cheese, you can use the slicer for.
It's hard, right?
But I'm not sure that you have brown cheese in all your countries. So then we need to give you one.
Thank you very much.
Oh, so excited.
I don't know whether you've tasted the brown cheese
They
here
won't
in
let
the...
us on the plane with something this heavy.
Oh, a little bit different colors.
It's good with the jam.
This brown cheese is okay. This brown cheese is it's Norwegian and it tastes like very sweet. And Jack had tried that before, and he said nevermore.
Can you please give me the receipt, Jack? Yeah, we can take it afterwards.
I get to have it all myself.
Oh, then we must buy Jack one too. Yeah. So I asked you not to pay attention to the name Copenhagen on it, but you will have to pay attention to how to use it. And you have to use your simultaneous processing to see how these things go together and how you can use them together. But when it comes to the slicing, you need to use your successive processing, and you need to slice one piece at a time and put them onto your Swedish knäckebröd, or your slice of bread, or whatever you would like to put it on.
So there is lots of planning that we need
You need to plan, you need to pay attention, you need to use your simultaneous and your successive processing.
And all your fine motor skills.
There are directions in
Yeah.
English.
Yes. And you need to exercise so that these movements become automatic, so that you don't need to pay so much attention and do all this planning. You just do it.
Practice, practice, practice.
Practice, practice, practice.
Smart.
And when you have finished the brown cheese, I know that it's impossible to buy this other places and then in Norway and maybe some big cities. So then you can use it for carrots, you can use it for yellow cheese, and so on. So it's really practical. So you can find out more ways to use it. Think smart. Think smart. Yeah. Yes, as you know, Gunvor and I are married, so we have not talked together, or maybe also I don't know and understand her because she speaks the new Norwegian and I had to speak bokmål. But this, I will say, this is the Finnish thing. We are ready for end the conference. So thank you to everybody, and thank you to you online also. And please, if you have any questions, write to us or directly to one of the presenters. They love to do it. It's not dangerous.
And from me, and I'm sure from all of us, thank you to all you in the audience here and online. But most of all, you that are here, you have been attentive. You have been here with your glance, with your body language, and given good response to what's going on the screen. Thank you so much, and best wishes for your future work. I know that you all have some experiences, and good experiences, and exciting experiences with the CAS. And good luck for the future to you too.